Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Hidden Secondary Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. All for One was not one to forget things. Certainly not important things. Sure, in all his years he had never come across a knowledge or memory storing quirk, but he had few memory enhancing ones, memory wiper quirk too. Hell, he could probably build his own life support machine if need be. The only things that he would forget were frivolous details, like the color of the cat he and his brother had saved once. To be fair, the memory enhancers couldn't recover his childhood memories, but that wasn't important. Despite all of this, he couldn't help the nagging feeling that he had forgotten something important while he was watching the UA Sport Festival, and especially the first place boy. Or at least first place in the first round. He hadn't really been first after that, and he'd just lost to Endeavor Spawn. He would be keeping an eye on that boy since it seemed like he was the new holder of One for All. He sighed. He really hoped that the new successor would be interesting. Izuku didn't think he was the main character of some shonen manga that he sometimes read in his spare time. That honor would go to Kaken. He had even crafted himself a origin story. A boy from a nowhere school achieves his lifelong dream of getting into UA and becoming a hero. Izuku had of course ruined this perfect origin story by getting into UA as well, but that had been patched by making them rivals. Izuku would have rather been Kaken's best friend, but that role was Kirishima's and there couldn't be two Kirishimas. Actually, scratch that. The point was that Izuku wasn't the best friend. Kaken glared at him like he was one of those snobby, entitled rival characters that would make the main character miserable every time they were present. Izuku didn't think he was entitled, but Kaken could hardly be convinced. Actually, it probably wasn't healthy for Kaken to treat his life like a shonen manga. He would have to mention it to Aizawa. Being the main character or not, Izuku was once again in a black void and once again face to face with a frail, white-haired man. This was after his fight with Todoroki, or at least that was the last thing he remembered. This wasn't his first time here. The night after he got One for All, he had a strange dream. The white-haired man had seemed scared and wary of him, but made his way towards him, repeating the word brother over and over again and looking suspiciously like his father. Izuku had just chugged it up to being a weird dream. Maybe he missed his father. The white-haired man greeted him and started recounting the story of the two brothers. One, a centuries-old villain hell-bent on controlling the world by giving and taking quirks. The other, thought to be quirkless, opposing his brother and acquiring a power that could be passed down through generations. In an eternal rivalry until one would prove to be victorious. After that, his uncle? His long-dead uncle explained the vestiges and how Izuku would acquire their quirks over time. The vestiges stood in line, 8 in total, some more shadowed than others. What Izuku guessed to be All Might being almost yellow smoke, and on his right a beautiful woman with long dark hair and friendly eyes. On his left, however, stood a figure not unlike Izuku whose color matched his hair. Dark, almost black in the center, green on the edges, swaying like All Might's form. And Izuku was sure that he would be the one explaining this one to the others. See, despite growing up quirkless, Izuku was sure that he had had a quirk once. One afternoon after kindergarten, Izuku was playing in a park and happened in his haste to touch another kid. Soon after that, he could produce sand from his hands. Izuku almost got scared that he had taken somebody's quirk like his father could and wanted to give it back. Soon though, he saw one of the kids in the park producing sand from their hands and found that he couldn't do it anymore. Izuku was confused until he remembered that his dad had told him about copy quirks. His dad really didn't need one, his own words, but his father still had an appreciation for them. They felt like cousin quirks to him. After Izuku hurried home to tell his family all about his new discovery. He got inside and went to hug his father. But as he touched him, Izuku copied his quirk. He could feel all the quirks around him. The quirks in his father, his mother's quirk. They all had a distinct feel to them. He could also feel that his copy quirk wasn't there. It felt like his father's quirk had consumed it. And soon the time limit of his original quirk was up. He couldn't feel the other quirks anymore, couldn't sense them. He couldn't even sense his own quirk. The only quirk he could sense was something deep inside him. something he couldn't draw out no matter what. He didn't know how to explain this to anyone, and soon enough he was pronounced quirkless. Soon after that his mother cracked his hopes of becoming a hero. Soon after that Kaken started to treat him worse. And soon after that his father left. He always thought his father left because he was quirkless, although, in that case, his father could have just given him a quirk, but now it seemed more likely that he left due to being the number one villain, symbol of evil. It made Izuku feel better somehow. That he hadn't been an all-out disappointment. Maybe his uncle was having a crisis. He was holding his head and his eyes looked a mixture of panicked and confused, shock maybe. Izuku couldn't blame him. He was also having a crisis about his dad being a supervillain and that supervillain being his nemesis. All the other vestiges weren't faring better either. The shadowy forms of second and third swaying rapidly while the others tried, and failed, to stay composed. Even All Might's form had arms on his head. And then Izuku woke up. Izuku came to slowly. First abstract sounds filled his senses and soon there was bright light. Slowly shapes took hold of his vision and the sound became the hum of the fluorescent lights and some minor creaks here and there. He spotted All Might next to his bed who straightened his back when he noticed Izuku being awake. And all at once he remembered the crisis that was going on inside his head. Quirks? He didn't know anymore. How are you feeling, young Midoriya? All Might asked. A smile gracing his lips, but his eyes showed clear worry. Izuku tried to settle his thoughts. He didn't know how to tell his new revelations to the man. Izuku was sure the man would cough up his other lung if he told him, and he didn't want to be the one responsible for killing the number one hero. He had to be careful about this. So, I saw the vestiges again. Start simple. Oh odd, All Might hummed. I didn't see them until way later and not so quickly after the first time. Maybe this means that you have natural talent? They also told me about All for One, Izuku continued. Praise be Med, he had bigger things to worry about now. All Might coughed up a hefty amount of blood. Having to take a moment to breathe again. That can't be healthy. They should really do something about that. Oh, so I suppose you know the story? All Might asked after a couple of minutes. Yeah, Izuku said. Preparing for this next part hoping that All Might really could handle the multiple quirks thing and that Izuku wouldn't be responsible for murder. I'm also inheriting all of the previous user's quirks. And the coughing started again. All Might really looked like he might actually die this time. After a moment Izuku decided to continue. Because of that I need to learn to control one for all so that it doesn't break my bones and then practice with the new quirks. It would probably be easiest to start with your quirk, since you're here and all. Izuku's voice wavered a little as All Might's look of shock didn't ease up and his face was paler than ever. All Might started, clearly struggling for words. I was, quirkless myself. And Izuku didn't know how to react to that. The number one hero quirkless? The same hero who told him that he couldn't be one because of his quirklessness. Not that he was entitled to get one for all necessarily, but still, that hurt. He decided that that was a crisis for later. Now he had to deal with this. Right? Izuku murmured. What about your master, the one with long black hair? You know that she has long black hair? That wasn't necessarily the most important question nor the answer for his question, but Izuku could be patient. Not that he didn't need time to process this as well. Yeah. All Might continued. Her quirk was float. She could float and control her movements in the air. All Might looked contemplative and then a little scared for some reason. One of my teachers who helped me train with One for All was her friend as well. The fear intensified a bit on All Might's face. I could call him and you could do your internship with him. That sounds good, Izuku said. He didn't know if it was good at all. The look on All Might's face sure didn't spur any confidence. But if this person could help him, he might as well accept it. He would learn to master One for All and then beat his father. One look at All Might and Izuku decided that the man would probably suffer heart failure if Izuku would reveal the truth. So he wouldn't. He would save it for more dramatically appropriate time. Maybe when they were facing All for One together. All for One would pause during a fight and antagonize All Might. Then he would say, "Are you sure you picked the right successor? He bears such a resemblance to his mother, but he has my freckles. Isn't that right, son?" Then All Might would scream and be disheartened. But Izuku would come, oppose his father and his evil deeds and pick All Might back up. Then they would deal the finishing blow together and his father would go to Tartarus. Maybe Izuku would visit him during the epilogue and they would reminisce about the good old times. This was just his tragic backstory that the main character's rival always had. Izuku didn't have much time to ponder the specifics of the events before his friends came to check on him and he had new things to focus on. But Izuku was sure about one thing. He would definitely master One for All and be a hero. He's Deku now. His hero name is Deku and it feels great. Kaken wasn't really happy about it. To be fair, Izuku guesses, the rival isn't supposed to one-up you by owning the demeaning nickname. But then again, main characters are usually not bullies who beat up their rivals and give them demeaning nicknames. Kaken should really accept that not everything in life is like in a manga. Anyway, Izuku has his hero name and he's proud of it. He stood up to Kaken, showed him that he has a bite in him, that Izuku is not going down. This way he can show people that useless is really just a word and nothing can hold you down. His thoughts are interrupted when the train passes by Hosu. He hopes that the others have good internships. He really hopes Ida has a good internship. Gran Torino. The name that seemed to strike more fear in All Might than All for One. Not that Izuku could blame him. He had his own muddled emotions about the supervillain. First, memories of a cruel, manipulative man with a lust for power clashed with memories of sweet smiles, gentle hands and a soothing voice that read him bedtime stories. Despite walking out on them, Izuku couldn't help but remember all the times when his father picked him up and would run around the apartment. Izuku felt like he could truly fly, but felt safe in his father's sturdy grip. His mother would scold his father, but they would do it again tomorrow. He missed him. Back to Gran Torino. What All Might and a little bit of internet searching told him, he is a relatively unknown but respected retired pro hero who taught at UA and worked alongside Nana Shimura. Nana Shimura, All Might's mentor and the seventh holder of One for All. They weren't an official hero duo, but Gran Torino's Quirk jet, which allows him to shoot air from the holes on his feet, made him fast enough to keep up with Shimura's pace. They often paired up in difficult missions and could be seen patrolling together. Apparently they were friends outside of hero work. Izuku was going to meet this man. He didn't know what to think. What kind of mentor character was he really? All Might's reactions would imply a very strict mentor that would work him into the bone. He couldn't make any mistakes, lest he wanted to feel the wrath of his teacher. Would Izuku have to spend a week with an overly serious and strict mentor? What kind of hell was he walking into? Izuku didn't have much time to ponder when he made it to the door of a building. The building had seen better days, but was still standing strong yet unassuming. Was he in the right place? Well, here goes nothing. Izuku knocked and when he didn't get an answer, he knocked again, then again. He decided it would be just easier to check if the building was the right one. He cracked open the door to peek inside. His pardon for intrusion died on his lips as he saw an old man on the ground in a pool of blood. Well, this was unexpected. Did the villains get to him first? Did they learn about his connections to All Might and One for All? Were the villains a step ahead and trying to snuff Izuku's progress? He would have to tell All Might. Figure out the villain's next move. Actually, he probably shouldn't jump to conclusions. This wasn't a manga. He wasn't the main character. What would a hero do? Check the guy for injuries. But what if Izuku hurt him more by moving him around? They hadn't been taught this yet. He should check the man's pulse and call the emergency number. Izuku got close to the lying man, but before he could check the pulse, the man jumped up. I'm alive. Izuku jumped a little bit himself. Who was this man? I was just doing my daily chores, when I happened to fall on this ketchup bottle. Now it's everywhere. The man casually continued before turning to Izuku. Who are you? Izuku Midoriya. I'm from UA High. Who are you? Izuku Midor. What? The man shouted. He looked confused, like an old man who didn't know what was going on. Came Izuku's response, you're that kind of character. What? Said the man again, but this time the confusion wasn't that of a senile old man but rather a genuinely surprised person. You pretend to not be as smart or capable as you are, but then get serious when the situation calls for it. Izuku said matter-of-factly. Now, All Might said you could help me. Gran Torino's face turned serious, a far cry from his previous persona. Guess you're not the stupidest kid. I'll tell you more about Nana later, but now, come at me. And before Izuku could react, Gran Torino was whipping by him. He had to move. The boy's epiphany came the next morning. Midoriya realized that in order to handle One for All, he needed to channel it throughout his body. The kid truly was a fast learner. All this just because he couldn't use a microwave properly. Sorahiko shook his head. Toshinori really knew how to pick them, huh? The boy managed to even grace him. It could be his reflexes getting worse. He was old after all, but Sorahiko had the feeling that the kid would land a hit by the end of the internship. He would make sure he could. Later on that same day, when Izuku got ready to strike at Gran Torino again, the man stopped attacking. He wandered into the kitchen and set up water to boil. Izuku was confused. Was he supposed to strike the man now or? It's time we talk about Nana, was all the man said. So, the time had come. Gran Torino waited until the water had boiled, serving it in 2 cups with tea bags in them. Izuku picked up the couch and a chair they had knocked over while fighting, setting them next to the coffee table. Gran Torino sat down. Shoulders heavy and unlike before, the years showed on his face. Izuku took his cup and waited until he was ready to talk. Nana Shimura was my friend long before Toshinori came into the picture, the man started. We fought alongside each other. Always having each other's back, Gran Torino took a sip of his drink and swayed it around in the cup before continuing. She was an amazing hero. Always striving to do what was right and saving people with a smile. Like All Might, Izuku noted. Like All Might, the man had a fond look on his face. She came to me one day and told me about Toshinori. How he had a dream of establishing a symbol to bring peace. How he didn't have great power like most of society, but had a heart and a goal of a hero. Nana took him under her wings and taught that kid everything about being a hero. I only helped with the physical training. Gran Torino took a quivering breath. I was there for Toshinori when we lost her. She went into her final fight smiling. Facing a great evil like he was just another villain that she would save the world from. All for one, Izuku couldn't help but state. The man once again responsible for so much pain, but still creeping around Izuku's mind was a distant warmth of a hug. So you do know him, kid? Gran Torino sighed. Toshinori said I should tell you about Nana's original quirk, right? Yes. Her quirk was float. She could suspend herself in midair. Nana didn't need to boost herself to gain height, but the quirk worked the best with jumps made possible by One for All. She could maneuver in the air, but she said that it took her a long while to be able to do it perfectly. Izuku had been listening intently to the man's words, but now he fished out his notebook and started writing. He didn't know if it was appropriate to write everything that Gran Torino had told him. Nonetheless, he recounted the details in his notebook, next to the notes on his quirk. Afterwards, he only raised his head to give a sad smile to the man. Thank you. That evening, Izuku was training by wall jumping again. He had gotten some results the previous night even if he hadn't cracked the way to use his power yet, and thanks to that, was making fast progress this time. Izuku still slipped up and keeping up One for All was still hard, but he was getting better at it. He also practiced his landing. After falling in trash the previous night, he happily took every opportunity that slipping caused him and aimed to fall on his feet. It had already been a while when he succeeded in scaling the 2 buildings. He jumped from the wall and it was like time stopped. He reveled in his success and looked at the other building tops. It almost felt like he was floating. And now he was falling again. Izuku activated One for All, but he couldn't do much, just soaring through the air. Izuku focused hard on trying to float again, and only a couple meters off the ground he succeeded and then ended up face palming on the concrete after dropping his focus. Izuku was too excited to care though. He picked himself up and winced, but kept going back to the apartment. He had did it. Controlled One for All and activated float, though only barely. Izuku wasn't even sure how exactly he had done it. Just praying to not hit the concrete from too high up. He crashed into his temporary bed smiling. Izuku was closer now. closer to making this power his own and closer to the vestiges. When he found himself in the black void again, he realized that he had fallen asleep. Rather than meeting his uncle this time, there stood Nana. She wasn't as clear as the last time he had seen her. She was covered in light mist. Not enough to cover her features, but making them less focused. Nana only smiled at him. The smile morphed from a small kind one to a full grin. One you would expect All Might to make. She gave him a thumbs up before he felt himself being pulled into a sweet unconsciousness. When Anumu crashed into the train, there was only one thought in Izuku's brain. He had to help the people of Hosu. He had to help Ida. So despite Gran Torino's orders to stay put, Izuku jumped into action and started heading towards the center of the attack. If it would have been any other villain, Izuku would have thought that this might have been one of those cases where the main character has a boring and calm week while their rival gets to fight cool villains and boast about it later. Izuku wouldn't boast, but the fact he was here would be enough for Kaken. However, since the enemy was Anumu, Izuku had to take this seriously. Once he arrived, Izuku was treated to a sight of a bunch of heroes fighting 3 nemesis. The heroes were holding up, but it was clear that they weren't standing on solid ground with them. None of them even had the time to properly keep away the civilians. Just telling everybody to get out of there. Before Izuku could help, he heard a shout. Tenya! The hero Ida had taken his internship was looking around himself. Where have you run off to? Izuku only had to think for a moment before he dashed. Why hadn't he thought about this? Of course there had been a reason Ida had come to Hosu. His choice didn't make sense at first, but if he was after the hero killer, Izuku ran as fast as he could. He zigzagged through the narrow alley streets just trying to get a glimpse of that familiar armor. Rather than his wishes, he caught something else. The hero killer, his blade raised up above his head. Izuku rammed into the hero killer, his fist colliding with the man's face. Stain staggered back as Izuku got to his feet. I came to save you, Ida. Izuku didn't dare to look back at Ida since losing the sight of the hero killer could end up really bad for them. Ida stammered in his own confusion, but it assured Izuku that Ida was still alive and well enough. Can you move? We need to go help the pros. You must have seen the nemesis. I can't. I got slashed and couldn't move my body anymore. It must have something to do with his quirk. Ida said through gritted teeth. Yeah. Is it because of the cut or? Izuku's breath hitched. There was a hero in that alley with them, down on the ground. He had to protect them both. He had to buy time, he had to get back up. Izuku fished out his phone from his pocket. Hopefully someone comes to find them. Izuku can only keep the hero killer occupied for so long, but he needed to do it. He needed to be a hero. Stay out of this, came Ida's desperate voice. You have nothing to do with this. What was Ida saying? Of course Izuku couldn't stay out of this. How could he? Coming to save your friend is a nice thought, kid, but these men deserve to be purged. If you get in my way, well, the hero killer stared him down. It is the weak that shall lose. Izuku put on his best attempt at a smile. As All Might always says, it is a hero's duty to help those in need no matter what. The hero killer smiled wickedly as Izuku launched himself at him. It was the blood. When the hero killer liked his blood, Izuku could feel his body freezing, collapsing to the ground. You are not strong enough, the hero killer mocked, but you are something worth keeping alive. Unlike these other 2-inch. The hero killer approached Ida, but before he could raise his blades again, a wall of fire interrupted him. Behind that wall appeared Todoroki. What was he doing in Hosu? Now that Izuku thought about it, he may have seen a similar wall of fire in the distance when he had reached the heroes. Honestly, Izuku wasn't sure how he felt about Todoroki going with his father for the internships. On one hand, what Todoroki had told him about the man didn't seem great and his conversation with the man hadn't been the best either. On the other hand, Endeavor was probably a good fit for Todoroki if he wanted to train with his left side. Endeavor's quirk was likely most similar to Todoroki's. But, despite that, there were other pro-heroes with fire quirks that could help him. On the third hand, Izuku was probably not the one to talk. His father was the #1 supervillain, with a long track record for crimes, murders, and evil. On the fourth hand, however, Izuku's father was kind and caring. always giving him warm hugs, encouraging his curiosity, telling him about and showing him a bunch of cool quirks and making him swear that he would never tell anybody, not even his mother, about his father's quirk. And Izuku did not, because he was good at keeping secrets. Telling the vestiges about it didn't count. Telling Kaken about One for All didn't count either. On the fifth hand, there was All Might. All Might wasn't his father, despite Todoroki's suspicions, but the man had a certain kind of dad-like quality to him. He gave encouraging smiles and words, nice hugs, and made many funny jokes that made Izuku feel better. Izuku could almost call him a friendly and caring authority figure. On the sixth hand, Izuku wasn't All Might's secret love child, but he could write fanfiction about it. It's not like he didn't have experience. Next time, text me more information than your location, Midoriya. Back to the fight. As Todoroki was assessing the situation for himself and assuring that there would be more backup on the way, he used his ice to transfer native behind him next to Ida. Todoroki, watch out for his knives. If he gets any of your blood, he can paralyze you. Izuku yelled behind the hero killer. Before Todoroki could even answer, the hero killer was on him. Todoroki had to keep his concentration on the man as the hero killer attacked relentlessly. The killer didn't give Todoroki enough time to get Izuku away from behind him. Izuku knew he was in the way. Todoroki couldn't attack with his full strength when he would get caught up in the attacks as well. Izuku had to do something, but his body refused to move. He couldn't even twitch his fingers. As Izuku's desperation grew, he decided to see if he could do something crazy. He activated his quirk. It worked. Izuku could feel the familiar power coursing all over him. Now he only had to activate float as well. Izuku tried his best to focus on activating float despite the sounds of fighting and the worry for the 3 other lives at the other end of the alley. He tried and he prayed, getting more and more frantic. As the time went on, his praying paid off as he could feel himself lift off the ground. His ascent, however, stopped at a few centimeters. Damn it! Izuku couldn't get higher. Why couldn't he get higher? Gran Torino said that Shimura didn't need One for All to gain height. Wait, One for All, that's it? Izuku would just need to use One for All to get higher. Izuku breathed deep and released float. As he hit the ground, he activated One for All, the momentum reversing as he got launched into the sky. He almost couldn't activate float again, but he managed. Todoroki! Izuku screamed, attack him now! Todoroki released a massive wall of fire again, driving the killer to retreat back. Todoroki continued to throw more powerful attacks, but the killer evaded them and kept getting closer again. Izuku watched from the air as the hero killer's attacks weren't slowing down. His fingers itched as he hoped to be of help to his friends. At that moment he noticed it. His body gaining back its control, slowly but surely. Izuku wanted to almost weep from the joy. Having been paralyzed was awful, and now he could help his friends. It took a bit more time for him to be completely free from the effects, and he wondered what he could do. Izuku couldn't really maneuver in the air, not even a little bit, so he would have to drop down to the ground. Or he could try to attack while he was dropping down. Izuku would have to time it perfectly, but it was possible and it would be surprising. As the fight below him continued, he readied himself. It was all or nothing. Izuku could feel the air against his skin as he descended from the air toward the hero killer. The man hadn't yet noticed him and he aimed a punch. It connected with the killer's face and made him stagger before Todoroki enveloped him in ice. It looked like the man passed out. Izuku could feel pain in his arm. He didn't even notice it when Todoroki caught him with his ice. Had Izuku used too much power? It had meant to knock the man down, but now his arm hurt really bad. Hopefully nothing was broken. The 3 students and 1 hero waited as the paralysis wore off. They debated about what to do with the hero killer until Todoroki found some rope that they could use to restrain him. They also removed the weapons they found on him. Now, they just left to go find some heroes. That same night, once the 3 students had been transported to the hospital, Izuku found himself in the black void once again. There stood, much clearer this time, Nana Shimura smiling. "Hello Izuku," she said, kindness evident in her voice. Hello Shimura-san," Izuku greeted wide-eyed. Izuku had never heard anyone else than first speak. Just call me Nana. We share one for all. I think we're close enough for a first-name basis. Okay. Izuku slightly bowed his head, looking up at the woman. She definitely was pretty, but very strong too. Izuku hadn't really gotten a good look at her the first 2 times he'd seen her, but now he could easily observe her. There was no mist anymore. I'm impressed with what you did with my quirk. With your quick thinking, you helped your friends overcome a troublesome foe, she smiled. It was really nothing special. I couldn't even float myself that much off the ground. Izuku rubbed his neck. Izuku, you've had my quirk for 1 day, Nana chided. Of course you would have trouble controlling it. It's impressive that you even managed to float so long above the hero killer. Izuku only kept rubbing his neck harder and averted his eyes. Besides, that's why I am here. Nana exclaimed proudly. I can help you train with my quirk, and I think you need me to get to know my mentor. Your mentor? Training? Does this mean that you're going to show up more in my dreams? It pretty much does. However, don't expect me to come every time you pass out. I'll only offer you advice when you need it and tell you about when you're ready. Our connection has only just been fully established. We both need time. That sounds good, Izuku mused to himself. Nana only looked at him fondly before giving him a thumbs up, and Izuku was once again into the world of unconsciousness. The class was getting excited. The first students to go through the rescue training race were getting ready, and the rest of the class was betting which one of them would come first. Shiro was the number 1 choice, but there were rooters for Ashido, Ojiro, and Ida as well. Midoriya was the one who nobody could quite vouch for. Todoroki, however, seemed to be the one to root for him wholeheartedly. When asked, he would only say, Midoriya showed me his abilities during our internships. The rest of the class decided to let him support his friend. The class couldn't contain their surprise when Midoriya shot forward like a bullet, jumping and maneuvering in the concrete jungle. The spectacle made the class more excited, previous bets called back, and the question of the new winner on all of their minds. Oh no! Uraraka said. Deku slipped dash. The class watched as Midoriya lost his footing, but rather than falling, he stayed in the air and stepped back onto the pipe. He continued to run like nothing had happened and reached the finish goal just before Shiro. They were all begging to ask questions. Izuku took a moment to calm his breath. He had gone all out, wanting to test his new skills with one for all. Izuku didn't mean to also use float and was actually surprised when it had activated. He should be more careful while jumping, even if he could avoid falling. He couldn't rely on float consistently yet. Hey Midoriya, came Kirishima's voice. What was that, man? You didn't break any bones and you somehow saved yourself from falling. It looked like you floated. Izuku rubbed his neck. Well, I learned a lot from my internship, and my quirk mutated. I can essentially float now. Izuku watched the gaping mouths of his classmates turn into relieved smiles or disappointed frowns. That's cool, Midoriya. Ashido cheered. You've changed too much. It's unfair, came Mineta's response. Deku. Uraraka ran up to him, giving him a high five. We're floating buddies now. Yeah. Izuku smiled as she giggled. Hey Midoriya? Are you alright? You look terrible. Kirishima asked him after one ruthless training class with Aizawa. They were changing in the locker rooms and Izuku's muscles were sore and he was bruised all over. Yeah, I'm fine. I still have trouble controlling my quirk. Especially with the new mutation, but I'll get the hang of it. He offered the boys in his class a small smile. Kaminari laughed. I'm sorry Midoriya, but when I saw you in that exercise after we came back from our internships, I thought you had completely changed. But I guess you're still the same old Midoriya. Some of the other boys in the room laughed and then cheered Izuku on. It was nice and Izuku promised to do his best. Izuku, remember what Gran Torino said. My quirk allows you to suspend yourself in midair. It doesn't make you weightless, Nana said. She had come back to his dreams after school had started up again. You have to manually control your ascend and descend. Otherwise you'll get stuck in midair. Nana gave him a stern smile. You should start with practicing getting up. Gravity will help you get down without help. Izuku just shot the woman a light glare when she laughed at his previous attempts of controlling her quirk. So, I guess it's not the same as when Uraraka makes herself float, Izuku mused. Do you think I could still ask her for help? I mean, she would still probably know the best about floating. That's a good idea. You are floating buddies, right? Nana's smile turned mischievous. She seems to like you. What you know? Uraraka and I are just friends. Izuku could feel the blush clinging to his cheeks, not helped by Nana's teasing laugh. But seriously, Izuku, that is a good idea and you should ask her. Maybe you won't need me to help you anymore. Nana gave him a bright grin. But I like you here, Izuku mumbled. Nana only gave him a smile. One day at the cafeteria, Izuku came to a certain thought. Should I have more friends than Kaken? See, the main characters had their own patterns with friends. Usually the main character had at least 2 friends, one of them being their best friend, Kirishima. Then there would be the rest of the friend group, Ashido, Kaminari, and Siro, who would hang out and go on adventures with the main character. Rivals, if they were not in the main character's group, SAD, also had their own groups, Uraraka, Ida, and Todoroki. The group size could easily match the main characters, so that wasn't the problem. The problem was that Izuku had not really thought about Kaken's main character position in relation to a friend group. Kaken had people around when they were little and in middle school, but Izuku always thought about them as bullies. So he never really thought about what Kaken's role was in that regard. In adventure mangas, the main character usually makes new friends while adventuring, doing good deeds and helping them and that way gaining a lot of allies. But Kaken was in a school manga setting. That leads to the question of Kaken's popularity. Was he the unpopular main character or the popular main character? People definitely knew about Kaken, especially after the sport festival, so he was popular. But he really wasn't that liked. So, maybe a troublemaker character? Someone who wasn't necessarily liked by the student populace, but well known enough. Kaken had the attitude for it and it's not like troublemakers couldn't still be good at schoolwork, so Izuku decided to go with that for now. The next question was about him. He was Kaken's academic rival, so his popularity in this school mattered too. Was he the type that everybody else liked and thought highly of while they thought badly or not at all about the main character? Were they both popular? Each one having their own fans who would cheer for them? Probably not. Izuku couldn't imagine himself having a fan club. He wasn't that popular, was he? Maybe neither of them were popular, both just existing in the school space. But in that case Izuku's friend group shouldn't be bigger than Kaken's, should it? Izuku had Uraraka, Ida, and Todoroki, but there was also Azui and he would also call Hatsum his friend. What about his other classmates? Were they his friends? Were they Kaken's friends? Could he be Kaken's friend? Izuku's thoughts were interrupted by the warning bell, signaling that it was time to head back to class. He finished his meal quickly and catched up with his friends. He would think about Kaken's friends later. Should Katsuki have more friends than the nerd? Hey Uraraka! Izuku called out to her. Their current class was about individual quirk training, but they were allowed to help each other. Sato was testing his strength on Kirishima, for example. Could you help me practice with my quirk? Sure, Deku-kun. What do you need help with? Uraraka said. Could you make me float? I want to test what it feels like. It should help me get a feel for my quirk. I can do that. Uraraka smiled as she led them to a free spot in the gym. Izuku almost didn't catch it, but he heard Uraraka whispering, "Floating buddies," as they went. Ready? Yeah. Izuku nodded as Uraraka touched him. He felt Uraraka's quirk take effect on him and rose slowly from the ground. Nana was right. This felt different from using his own quirk. His own quirk didn't make him feel so light, and he felt that he had less control over his body while weightless. Izuku watched as the ground beneath him got further and further away. Are you ready to be released, Deku-kun? Uraraka chimed from the ground. Izuku readied his own quirk before giving a thumbs up. Uraraka put her hands together and Izuku could feel his body gaining its weight back. It still felt like floating, but it wasn't as strong of a sensation as when Uraraka used her quirk. If the quirk allowed him to be suspended in air, did that mean that he would get down if he released some of the suspension? It would probably be similar to using only 5% of one for all. There was a loud thud as Izuku met the ground. They had luckily been practicing on top of gym mats, so he wasn't badly hurt. Izuku had also fallen less abruptly than before. In hindsight, he should have thought about it more from the angle of using 95% of float than using 5% of one for all. Still, progress was progress and Izuku would make it. Nana looked contemplative as Izuku once again found himself in the black void. The woman's face was concerning since Izuku had only seen her be very focused on him and his progress with one for all. Now she was just sitting, not paying him any mind. Is something wrong? Nana got shaken out of her thoughts, and she turned to look at Izuku. She had a friendly smile, but it didn't hide her concern. "En and I talked. He was your master, right?" Nana nodded. "He would like to meet you, but that requires you to use his quirk." Nana shook her head. "He said that you don't need to agree with him." Yeah. Progressed quite well with one for all and float, but adding a third quirk quite soon. Nana's words trailed off and she returned to her thoughts. "Will I get his quirk immediately?" Izuku asked. "I mean, I first used your quirk on the same day I learned more about you, but that doesn't mean it's going to happen every time, right? I wouldn't mind learning more about you guys, and it would probably be safe if the quirk manifested while training at school." Nana only eyed him before sighing. "I suppose you are right. Besides, En probably doesn't want me to keep you all to myself." Nana's smile was back and that made Izuku feel much better. "We didn't know each other for too long. I was already out of high school at that point, trying to make a name for myself. I signed up for this agency near my parents' place and started working." Nana smiled to herself. "Let me tell you, Izuku. There is way more paperwork in hero work than you can realize. Sure, there were patrols, but I was only a sidekick at the time, so I only got to go with some other hero or when there was an emergency. To survive it, I needed coffee. Good old black coffee. And luckily for me, there was a cafe near my agency." Nana looked like she was transported back to the scene by her own memories. "That's when I met him the first time, sitting in a tucked-away corner booth enjoying a cup of coffee. I didn't pay much mind to him at first, but then a villain attacked." Nana looked slightly annoyed with that information. "And I did my duty and guided him and everyone else in that cafe to safety. Before I even noticed it, he was helping me to guide the civilians away from the fight. After everyone was safe, he came to me and congratulated me on a job well done. I took that compliment with pride. After that day, we would meet and discuss things in that same cafe. It had survived that villain attack and it was a fairly comfortable place to spend time in. I learned soon enough that he was a pro-hero himself and I was so embarrassed for treating him like a civilian. And only laughed and said that it was the right thing to do since I didn't know him." Nana's expression turned soft. "He was always like that. Gentle and kind. He didn't mind any mistakes, just told me how to learn from them. We had so many talks in that cafe. My last memory of him alive was him giving me his hair and saying that I earned one for all." Nana's eyes shined with tears. "I didn't believe him at first, but I still took the hair and promised him to make the power my own." Izuku let the woman silently cry, offering a small smile for her, hoping that it would be enough. Nana wiped away her tears and offered a smile of her own. He was a great mentor even if he was very humble about it. And said that his quirk, smokescreen, wasn't anything special, but it would help us out in a pinch. I will always remember those clouds of purple smoke that would buy us enough time to help civilians or capture the villain. Nana shook her head once more and turned her attention fully on Izuku. "That's all for now. Get some sleep, Izuku." "Thanks. I will," Izuku said, giving Nana a hopefully comforting hug before letting sleep consume him. "Hey, All Might." "Yes, young Midoriya? Nana told me to remind you to wash your socks." Izuku had never seen All Might look so betrayed in his life. The final exams. A way to earn yourself a place in a summer break forest lodge, full of fun activities, or spend the rest of the summer in remedial classes, full of strict teachers and worksheets. Izuku hoped to gain his place in the forest lodge. After the announcement, he threw himself at his studies. He'd been focusing so much on developing his quirks that he had left less time for his studies. He would probably pass the written portion. Izuku did pay attention in class and took extensive notes, but he had to make sure he would pass. These were his first finals at UA and he wasn't going to fail. It did leave less time for his quirk training, but Izuku should have good enough control for the practical test. Kendo-san had said that the practical was going to be like the entrance exam. As long as Izuku wouldn't break his bones, he should be fine, right? Better to add a little bit more quirk training to his schedule. Of course, their final wasn't robots. That would have been too simple, wouldn't it? No, instead they were paired against the number one hero. Izuku for almost a second felt like the main character. But he knew that others were facing teachers too, so there was really nothing special about the situation. Kaken, however, shined in his main character glory, going on about how he would beat All Might and how he would do it alone. Did Kaken really not fathom who All Might was? Main characters went against impossible odds all the time, but there could still be a little bit of realism in Kaken's mindset. If they were rivals and best friends, they might have had a tiny chance to at least hurt All Might. But Izuku wasn't Kaken's best friend. He was only his rival. Kaken wanted to treat this fight like a competition between them, the winner beats all. But there should not be any competition, they already had the tournament arc. Izuku couldn't help but try to think about a way to escape, even when he was pinned down by a guardrail. Kaken wouldn't give up easily. He never did. It might be a headache in a situation like this, but it was honestly one of his admirable qualities. That's why he was such a cool main chara. If I had to work with weak but Deku, it would be better to just lose. Did Kaken just say he'd lose? What was he thinking? Him lose? Give up? That wasn't Kaken at all. Izuku couldn't help but feel the anger bubble inside of him. Who cared about impossible odds? That's what main characters went against all the time. That was what Kaken did all the time. Beating up stronger kids, going against more talented opponents. And he never gave up. Izuku got out underneath the rail. He took a few steps before he launched himself at Kaken, fist meeting face. Don't say you'd lose. You'd never give up. Let me go. I can't figure out a way for us to win, but you'll try to do it anyway. Don't lose. You never do. If anybody can beat All Might, it's you. Izuku kept dragging Kaken along before the boy shook him off. Kaken scowled at him. He let out a couple small explosions, his face twisting more before settling. I don't lose, and I have a plan. Izuku afforded them both a small smile. Using both of his bracers against the enemy and then beating the sheet. Out of him might have not been the height of strategy, but Katsuki didn't care. After Deku had fired the first one, Katsuki had ordered him to retreat and fired the one in his own arm. Taking two mass explosions back to back should bring even the number one staggering a little. Once the explosion cleared, Katsuki attacked again. They couldn't let All Might catch a break. The man had gotten to his knees, clearly trying to cover himself from the endless stream of explosions. The man couldn't move. This would be a great time for the nerd to actually escape. Katsuki hadn't really considered that opportunity, but if he was the one holding up All Might, Deku wouldn't have anything else to do. It would still count him as winning since Deku was only running. Katsuki couldn't really afford to lose focus thinking about that. Even if he wasn't firing massive explosions, his wrists were starting to hurt. Damn it. Was this even doing anything? All Might was not moving, but he didn't seem to be doing too bad. Didn't this man have a limit? Katsuki couldn't help it when his explosions stopped for a second. It hurt. All Might got up and Katsuki was slammed to the ground. When had the man moved? Young Bakugo. It is not wise to push past your limits. I urge you to drop this kind of behavior. Kaken, a distressed voice called out. Katsuki could feel the man holding him down shift his attention. That idiot. What was Deku doing? Why wasn't he already out the exit, like he had whined about doing? Now they were both going to lose this FING test. Katsuki couldn't have hoped to see what was going on with his face against the concrete, but the little he could was soon covered by an odd purple-colored smoke. What the hell? Once Izuku had realized that Kaken wouldn't let him get a hit in with his explosions, he bolted toward the exit. Izuku was definitely more fired up than before, but running and escaping was still an option. Option he wasn't afraid to take. He was almost at the exit when he heard the explosions stop. He maybe would have made it out if he had kept going, but he couldn't help but turn to look back. Kaken was pinned under All Might, unable to fight. Kaken! Izuku yelled. That got him All Might's attention. Not good. Izuku should have just run. The exit was right there. But he couldn't. He knew that Kaken wasn't in real danger, that All Might wasn't a real villain. But All Might had said it himself. They shouldn't treat this as a mere test. And Izuku couldn't leave his test partner behind. So, as All Might approached him, judging Kaken to not be a threat anymore, Izuku ran through options. He couldn't just attack head-on. That hadn't worked earlier for Kaken, and All Might would still be able to dodge. Hiding and attacking from behind again might work, but where would he hide, and did he have time? Izuku had to run. He had to hide. But where? He was getting desperate. Izuku had to move now. But just after one step, Izuku's vision was surrounded by purple smoke. Was it a villain attack? Izuku had heard of this before. He had heard it from Nana. Izuku had counted himself lucky that the quirk hadn't appeared immediately like before, but for it to appear now of all possible times? Well, this was his opportunity to hide and attack. Izuku couldn't see much beyond the purple smoke himself. That probably meant that All Might couldn't either, but locating him in this smoke would be difficult, and All Might could easily find him first. Izuku retreated into a direction where he thought a building wall was before. He shouldn't pump into All Might this way. Once he found it, Izuku crept alongside the wall, back to the center of the arena. Soon enough he noticed a figure standing in the smoke and heard murmuring. What is this? The school hasn't yet stopped the test, but this doesn't look like any of the teachers doing. Izuku crept a little bit closer, making sure to not make any noise, and readied his jump. When All Might's figure turned around, Izuku jumped and aimed his fist towards the figure's face. When a fist met Toshinori's face, he couldn't help but buckle under its force. He had taken multiple explosions and was already nearing his time limit. If this was a villain attack, they got him at a pretty bad time. Toshinori's thoughts halted when he felt two HNDCFFS being forced onto him, and his confusion only cleared up alongside the smoke. There stood his student. Little ragged up from earlier, but smiling brightly. So this was Midoriya's doing. Perhaps a new quirk? Ah, young Midoriya. It seems that you have captured me, though I didn't expect to be blinded during this battle. Yeah. It's a new mutation. Midoriya chanced a cautious look past All Might. The F Deku? Young Bakugu shrieked. Hello Izuku. It's nice to meet you. The man in front of him wore a big red jacket, its collar covering his mouth, accompanied by black pants and white hiking boots. This must be N. It's nice to meet you too. N. Izuku said hesitantly. Calling me by that name is fine. Now I must thank you. Thank me? What for? Izuku was certainly surprised. Had he done something? You offered Nana comfort when she had to recall a bad memory. Izuku could remember that night. The seventh holder cried, almost trying to hide it by being quiet. I only did what anyone would do, Izuku stammered a little. He hadn't expected to be thanked for something like this. Maybe so, En said, but it was still very kind of you. My passing must have been hard for her. I lost my own mentor much in the same way. En's expression took on a more somber note, in a battle between him and All for One. In the end, he offered me one for all with his dying breath. Izuku listened. The story so similar to Nana's, all connected by one man's cruelty. Izuku shook his head, chasing away the images of kind eyes. You are quite lucky, Izuku, to have your mentors still here, En sighed. Izuku nodded as images of All Might mixed with his father's. He took a deep breath and shook his head again. Are you all right? En asked. Yeah, just processing. Right. Excuse me for springing my story onto you. You are still learning about all of this, and dealing with manifesting a new quirk must have taken its toll on you. Yeah, it was quite the surprise. Izuku rubbed his neck, but it helped me beat All Might. En seemed to smile under his collar. That is true. However, don't rely on it too much. It will help you, but it's not an all-fix tool. Izuku couldn't quite tell what kind of expression the man was making, but it seemed serious. Sorry. Nothing to be sorry for, Izuku. You used it well. En smiled again, and Izuku smiled brightly back. Thanks. The exams were over and Izuku had passed. He had also passed with Kaken of all people. Kaken wasn't too happy about Izuku developing a new aspect to his quirk and being the one to cuff All Might, but it luckily hadn't damaged his ego too much. Izuku had to spend the entire bus ride back from the exam site with seething Kaken, but All Might's praise for his explosions had managed to calm him down a little bit. He got angry again when Recovery Girl complained about his quirk overuse and scolded him, but Izuku was luckily spared from the All Might-worthy explosions. Izuku had been happy about passing, but had felt a little bad for his classmates who hadn't. Luckily, they would be coming to the Forest Lodge, which happened to be a boot camp, with the rest of the class. The class had decided to buy some necessary equipment for the boot camp together by going to the nearby mall. They all had come together, but, before Izuku knew it, he had been left alone. Man, he really had hoped to have some quality time with his classmates. Maybe he could find someone? It's a kid from UA. Can I get an autograph? Izuku shuddered a little when a stranger hooked an arm over his shoulders. Some people really wanted to get close to even potential heroes, it seemed. I wonder if you remember me? It's been a while. What are you? Izuku gulped when a hand snaked its way around his neck. The USJ was so long ago, wasn't it? A man, Shigaraki, sneered. Izuku couldn't move. He was frozen on the spot. Shigaraki's hand tightened itself around his neck. Why don't we chat a little? And don't worry. If you just act natural, nothing bad is going to happen, but if you don't, Shigaraki's fingers flexed a little, I think you know what happens. Izuku couldn't think of a way out of this. He could have tried to use his quirks, but none of them would knock Shigaraki out immediately, and he might try to use some other person as hostage or not use them as hostages at all. What do you want to talk about? This was his best option for now. Izuku let himself be guided to a nearby bench and sat down, trying to keep his face neutral. I hate almost everything in this world, but currently the hero killer is the one pissing me off, Shigaraki scowled. Maybe the League had internal problems? Aren't you working together? See? Everyone thinks that we're working together and they're all just focusing on him. The attack on Yue, the nemesis in Hosu, nobody is focusing on my moves. It's just all about the hero killer. We're playing the exact same game, but he gets all the points. Why? Izuku couldn't help the shudder when Shigaraki turned his attention from his rant to him. What's the difference? The difference? I guess it's in the character. Izuku could feel the man shift. His fingers flexed slightly. What? Well, the hero killer is a fanatic character whose actions you wouldn't condone, but would understand. He seems to have a just cause, dealing with corrupt heroes, but his actions are what make people not agree with him. He's also linked to All Might, someone who is seen as good by people. As for you, you seem to be the first major villain. No real story. Just an obstacle for the heroes before a bigger threat. You might be connected to the main storyline, but there is nothing that the audience can connect to. You only seem to destroy because you enjoy it. Izuku took in a sharp breath as Shigaraki shifted closer to him and his face twisted into a smile. The man chuckled and tightened his grip again. I get it now. My main objective is still the same. Kill All Might. Show these NPCs that their savior is nothing more than a lie. The hero killer was just an obstacle to stir the pot for the party, but now he's gone. Izuku couldn't breathe as the man's grip kept tightening around his throat. He couldn't hear what Shigaraki was saying, consumed by panic and desperately trying to SCK in air. Izuku heard vaguely something about not struggling, but he could. Not brief. Deku. That singular question snapped his focus elsewhere. You're not his friend, are you? Let him go. Izuku couldn't let Uraraka get involved. Shigaraki might hurt her or worse. Oh Midoriya. I didn't know you had company. I'll let you get back to your friends, Shigaraki said with unnatural cheer in his voice. Izuku coughed, finally being able to properly breathe again. Uraraka rushed to his side, checking him over for any injuries. Shigaraki! Izuku coughed. There was still something he had to know before the man disappeared. What is all for one planning? Shigaraki only glanced over his shoulder. Dunno. He's my mentor, Shigaraki smiled, but I'm the party leader. That night Izuku couldn't sleep. Thoughts of Aizawa's hand, Ajui's face crumbling, the same happening to Uraraka and his own throat turning into dust kept him awake. He turned and turned in his bed, unable to shut his eyes. When he finally lost consciousness, Izuku didn't even blink before Nana was in front of him. She had a firm but gentle grip on his shoulders and a worried expression. "Are you okay, Izuku?" Izuku would have wanted to say yes, but his body betrayed him. He slumped into Nana's hold and cried. Nana held him, petting his head lightly before guiding him to sit on the ground. She didn't let go of him, just kept holding him close. Izuku cried and mumbled something that he didn't quite understand himself, but Nana just hummed and held him closer. After a while Izuku could feel someone else rubbing his arm softly. His mind supplied that it must be En. Izuku sat there, soaking in the comfort. He kept crying and mumbling before feeling his mind slip away from the dark void into sweet nothingness. The mall incident didn't go unnoticed by the school. Izuku and his classmates were informed the next morning about the change of location for their summer camp that would remain a secret till the day they left. It was to guarantee that no villain could attack the camp. Izuku was a little relieved by the information. He knew that as a hero he would be faced with similar situations, but he could take a couple of days without villains. He joined his classmates' excitement and soon enough, their first semester had come to an end. The bus to their campsite was full of life. Students listening to music, making other summer plans and talking in general could be seen and heard all around the bus. However, a single green-haired student was passed out, head against a window, despite it all. Izuku had been so excited about the camp that he had managed to sleep only a couple of hours the night before. It was no wonder he had fallen asleep on the bus. The chatter of his classmates turning into white noise and guiding him into sleep. But instead of the world of dreams, he was met by a smiling Nana. She seemed to be in a good mood. Maybe a little too good. Had a hard time sleeping? Of course. That was Nana's teasing smile. Izuku only huffed and crossed his arms. Well, you don't get to go to a training camp organized by one of the best hero schools in Japan every summer. That is fair, said En, who had suddenly appeared into the void with them. Nana let out a bellowing laugh. It's fine to be excited, Izuku, and it's fun to have you around here. Really? Yes. It's fun that somebody wants to listen to the stories of my hero days. Nana had a big smile. Well, the others did hear you tell most of them to Toshinori already, En commented. Yeah, but I didn't know I had a bigger audience at the time. Nana's look turned contemplative. What about you, En? I think I heard your hero stories, but not much from your past. I'm not sure it is such a nice story to hear. Come on. Nana hooked her arm around Izuku's shoulders. We'll need something to pass the time before Izuku reaches the camp. I am curious, Izuku said sheepishly, but you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. And looked at them both before smiling. All right, but I must say, this won't be the happiest story that you hear. I grew up on the streets. I didn't have a home and my parents could only take care of me until I was able to take care of myself. I got food by doing favors or by the kindness of others. Sometimes strangers would offer me clothes or other items that I could use. Some other times I needed to use my quirk to get away from danger. Villains or petty criminals who would attack a child. It was hard, but I managed. I was 7 when Daigoro found me. He was just beating up some minor villains when he noticed me watching. I was ready to dash away, but he only smiled and asked whether he was cool or not. I nodded before running away, and smiled, but he kept coming back, be there villains or not. He boasted about his quirk and was weird in general, but he smiled and treated me kindly. He would ask about my day and not get angry even if I didn't answer. I considered him my first friend. One day he asked whether I wanted to be a hero. I said that I didn't know how to be one. He laughed and told me it was all about saving some people and beating other people up. I asked him whether a hero would help someone like me, someone without a home or a place to go. He said yes. Daigoro got me into the foster system and found me parents that could take care of me. After, he still kept coming by and he promised to train me if I wanted to be a hero. And after what he did for me, I did. I became a hero with his help and training, so I could return the favor and do to others what he did for me. He always praised me for my kindness and hard work. Those were the same reasons he wanted to give me one for all when the time came. I gladly took it from him. and turned his face towards Izuku and Nana, still sticking close together but now sitting, both thinking about what they had heard. Izuku hadn't expected a story like that from En. Daigoro almost seemed to be to En what All Might was to Izuku. Someone who gave them a chance and helped them be better heroes. Izuku couldn't help but smile. He was happy to learn more about the vestiges, not because of their quirks, but the interesting people behind them. "Thank you for telling us," Izuku said. Nana got up from her spot and went to hug En, and returned the surprise hug and smiled toward Izuku. "You're welcome." Izuku was startled awake by Ida when the bus came to a stop. Izuku was happy about getting a break even though he had spent most of the ride to the rest stop sleeping. Izuku followed his fellow classmates and stretched the remaining sleep away. It was only his classmates' mumbling that made Izuku pay attention to his surroundings. There was no rest stop in sight. Only a cliffside looking over a lush forest. "There is a reason we stopped here," Aizawa said. Izuku didn't have much time to ponder what the man meant. "Rock on with these sparkling gazes. Stingingly cute and cat-like. Wild, wild pussycats." Izuku felt so lucky being in the hero course when he saw the two heroines strike a pose along with their mantra. He had already met so many cool heroes in UA and now he got to meet even more. "These are the Pussycats Aizawa started. They're one of the hero teams that founded the Unison Affairs office. They specialize in mountain rescue operations. They're veterans with 12 years of experience." Izuku babbled. Pixie Bob just gave him a small scowl, muttering something about still being 18 while Mandalay pointed out into the forest. "This entire area is owned by us. The place you'll be staying at is on the space of that mountain." Mandalay's smile turned into a smirk and Izuku's classmates started to glance back at the bus. "Let's get back on the bus. Let's go. It's 9:30 a.m. right now. It'll be about 12 if you kick it into high gear. Kittens who don't make it by 12:30 don't get lunch. Hurry. To the bus." But before anyone could even think about taking a step, a huge wall of sand swept them over the cliff. Izuku only barely managed to activate float and avoid falling down with the rest of his classmates. "Looks like there is one bad kitty left," Pixie Bob cooed. "Can't have that now, can we?" Pixie Bob jumped straight at him. Izuku didn't manage to block the paw-shaped glove hitting his face that sent him down to his classmates. "You're free to use your quirks to get to the campsite," Mandalay yelled. "You have 3 hours. Good luck." Izuku and his classmates turned to look at the forest and the big figure emerging from it. Seems that this was their first challenge. Izuku arrived at the edge of the forest beaten up and exhausted. The whole class had been fighting beasts made from earth, not made any easier when their attacks crossed paths. Izuku had even attempted to use smokescreen, but that had only made it harder for some of his classmates and the beasts didn't seem to care in the slightest. "Looks like lunch wasn't big enough of an incentive," Mandalay said, checking over the arriving students. "Well, 3 hours is one of our best times, so I guess it is to be expected." Some of the students groaned at that, complaining about hunger or exhaustion. Izuku would have probably too if he hadn't noticed a young boy standing off to the side. "Hello. What's your name?" Izuku offered his hand. "My name is Izuku Midoriya. I'm in the UA's Hero Corps Izuku didn't manage to finish his sentence as pain shot through his body. The little boy turned around to walk away. "Coulda." Mandalay chided. "I don't want to be anywhere near you losers who want to be stupid heroes." Izuku only watched bemused as the child continued his way inside the camp building. "You probably could have avoided that child with danger sense," En said. "Is that your mentor's quirk?" Izuku asked. "No. It's Daigoro's predecessor's quirk." "It sounds interesting." "Izuku," Nana chimed in, "are you that excited to get new quirks? If it stops angry 5-year-olds from attacking me." Nana let out a loud laugh while En chuckled. "But I truly feel sorry for him," Izuku mused, "to lose your parents so young and have everybody around you celebrate that fact." Nana's expression turned serious and she averted her gaze. Her long black hair covered her eyes. "That's what hero work is sometimes," Nana said, sounding sad and distant. "It's dangerous. To you and those close to you." En gave Nana a knowing look before ushering Izuku to sleep. He could only wonder what made her sound so sad as he slipped into unconsciousness. The next morning the class was told about the camp's purpose. They had come here specifically to train their quirks. Izuku thought back to their classes and it made sense. He was probably the only one that had to focus on his quirks so he could handle them. The others focused more on general training rather than quirk improvement. They were all given space and simple guides to train their quirk. The students trickled to their own areas to start training, some more wary than others. Midoriya Izuku said, "Due to your recent quirk mutations, your training will be different. You will use the first half of the day training your floating. Try to figure out any limits and see if you can go past them. You also said that you may be able to move more freely in the air with practice." Yes. Try to train that as well. For the rest of the day, you will be training your muscles with Tiger. However, you will also be using the smoke and learning to fight while being enveloped by it. Your performance yesterday left a lot to be desired. Izuku looked at him, eyes narrowing in concentration. I know this is a lot more than your other classmates have to train, but it's important that we gauge the limits of your quirk and also make you be able to use it. I would say go beyond, but in your case it might be dangerous. Izuku could only sheepishly rub his neck while a blush coated his cheeks. He had not luckily broken any of his bones recently, but with his new quirks, he had not been focusing too much on increasing his capabilities with one for all. Just don't break any bones, okay? I won't, sensei. Good. Now, go over to Uraraka. Izuku turned away to observe some of the other students already training. Izuku walked over to Uraraka, whose face lit up when she saw him. Floating buddies. Uraraka cheered. Izuku joined her cheers as well. Floating buddies. Izuku was just about to start eating when he noticed Kuda slip by. He hadn't seen the boy eat yet and decided to follow him. Wherever the boy was heading to, he would probably be very hungry by the time he got back. Izuku followed the path made by little steps that led up a mountain. There on an edge jutting from the mountain sat the little boy. It seemed like you didn't have anything to eat yet. I brought you curry. Kuda whisked around, his panic only settling when he saw Izuku. How did you find me? The boy scowled. I followed the path you made. You must come up here a lot. Izuku offered the boy a smile. It's my secret base and you hero idiots are not welcomed here. Kuda's scowl deepened. Idiots going on about training your quirks just so you can kill each other. Stupid effing idiots. Right. Your parents were the water hose duo, weren't they? Izuku saw Kuda's face flash in surprise before the scowl returned stronger than before. Mandalay, he gritted through his teeth. No. She didn't tell me about that part. I kind of figured it out due to context clues. Screw you. You idiots only want to hurt each other and brag about your quirks. That's why you end up dead. The last part of Kuda's sentence was whispered, but the anger carried over despite it. Izuku didn't see how Kuda saw things. Sure, he knew about the harsher parts of hero work, but it's not like he didn't participate in the society's celebration of it. Though the water hose duo's deaths were tragic, Izuku had also seen them as heroic deaths. Only, he hoped that he could be one to prevent those kinds of deaths. That thought would probably not make Kuda feel any better. I know that you don't agree exactly, but I think quirks are cool. They're also useful in other areas than just hero work like developing support items. You usually need a hero license, sure, but there's a lot more to them than just being powers meant to hurt. Kuda only looked at Izuku. Their silence stretched out until Izuku decided to leave the child to be on his own. He clearly couldn't get through to him yet. Not that Izuku blamed him. I'm just going to leave the curry here. Eat it before it's cold. Izuku turned around and left. When he got back to camp, Izuku scraped what little of the curry was still there for himself and sat to eat. You two are so cute together. Chanting floating buddies throughout the day, Nana cooed, her smile outing her for enjoying Izuku's embarrassment. Stop. Izuku dragged his hands down his blushing face. Nana only laughed before giving him an understanding pat on the shoulder. She would stop her teasing for now. Your quirk training went well today, and joined the conversation, sensing that the playful teasing was now over. You even managed to land a hit on your opponent in my smoke. Only one. Izuku sighed. Still, you have made good progress for one day, Nana smiled. I'm sure you will get hang of our quirks in no time. When you get Black Whip, I'm sure you'll be whipping villain but the next day. And this quirk is? Black Whip is Daigoro's, and shot Nana a playful glare. Now that you know about it, I should tell you what it is like just in case. Black Whip is essentially energy that takes form as black tendrils. These tendrils can be used to grab or hit objects. Daigoro also used it for increased maneuverability. Izuku nodded. He tried to imagine what it would look like, but got dragged away from his thoughts by further discussion of his training and what to do with his quirks. He had a lot to train after all. The next day went by much the same. Training and training some more. Izuku got 3 punches today. Nana would be proud, Izuku thought as he was finishing washing the dishes. The classes were supposed to have a test of courage. Nothing too fancy, but it could be fun. That also would have been the case if not for Pixie Bob being knocked onto the ground as black smoke arose from the forest. A woman stood over the downed heroine's body. Next to her a man with a lizard-like quirk brandishing multiple knives. Greetings the students of UA. We're the League of Villains First Strike team. The man announced. The students were murmuring in shock. What were the villains doing here? It would be such a shame if my hand slipped and crushed this pretty hero's face, wouldn't it? The woman continued, waving her weapon over Pixie Bob's face. How dare you, Tiger growled. The villains only smiled and continued their mocking. Izuku was standing, million thoughts of how the villains had gotten here and what he should do in his mind. Go. Avoid combat at any cost. Gather back at the camp building. Class president take the lead. Mandalay yelled. Her yells stopped Izuku's mind and it focused on one singular thought. Coulda. He had left the camp before the test. He was alone. Mandalay. Stay back, kitten. Mandalay threw a hand in Izuku's way. I know where Coulda is. The heroine looked back at him before turning her attention back to the villains. She was quiet for a few moments and then sighed. Go find him. Please. Izuku nodded and dashed away. If they were lucky, Coulda wouldn't be in any trouble. Izuku rushed to the scene, managing only barely to snatch the kid from under the big villain's attack. They both hit the ground a little bit away from the villain. Izuku went to fetch out his phone, but an empty pocket and a glance around him revealed it to be broken. Not good. Izuku glanced up at the villain. He seemed strong. They might not be able to run, but seeing Coulda's crying form in the corner of his eye made one thing clear. Izuku had to protect Coulda no matter what. Stay back, Coulda. Find some place to hide. I'll protect you from him. You'll protect him? The villain chuckled. That hero facade of yours is good, kid. I think I recognize you. Midoriya, right? I'm supposed to kill you. Izuku took a defensive stance, but the villain was too fast for him. The mountain wall cracked a little as Izuku was slammed into it. It hurt. His back ached as he tried to gain his footing. The villain drew his arm back, ready to punch Izuku again. Before I forget, tell me where the Bakugo kid is. We need to find him. Izuku launched himself from the wall using one for all before the villain's fist crumbled it to dust. He had used a little too much and his leg was aching. Thankfully it wasn't broken. The villain's words played in his mind. They needed to find Kaken? But why was he a target? Izuku tried to stand up, but the villain was faster and he was slammed into the wall again. He could stand up. He knew he could. The only thing that stopped him was the villain's words. It's fine if you don't know. We can get back to business. Before I kill you, I'll play with you a little. Make you scream and hope you never would have met me. Maybe after you I could torture that little kid. I'm sure the others have the mission handled. Izuku couldn't help it, the bubbling rage underneath his skin. This BSTRD was ready to torture a kid. A young child who had nothing to do with him. Izuku could at least count as a target, but going after Coulda was despicable. Izuku stood up, ready to face his new foe, but a striking pain shot up his body. Black tendrils emerged from his wrist, lashing violently around. He couldn't control them and his body started to be consumed by the black mess. Izuku heard the villain cheer about a good fight while the tendrils moved in his general direction. Izuku's eyes fixed onto the villain as the black tendrils kept hitting him over and over again. The ones that had been just flailing around focused on the villain as well. Soon enough, it must have become overwhelming since the villain tried to back off, but a couple of the tendrils latched onto him, keeping him in place. The villain tried to struggle himself free, but as he got rid of the ones holding onto him, new ones attached themselves just as quickly. The villain staggered back to the best of his abilities, but he didn't see where he was going. He neared the edge of the cliff, tendrils still hitting him hard, and his foot went over the edge. The villain wasn't saved by the retracting tendrils and fell. Izuku couldn't even start to process what happened before his attention was snapped by a sharp breath. Behind him stood Kuda. He didn't manage to yell a warning before the black tendrils wrapped around the boy and brought him off the ground, and both of them were dragged away from the cliff, back into the forest. Shota didn't think much of it when a black mess of tendrils appeared in front of him. Just another one of these villains and their quirks. What he didn't expect was his student and Kuda to fall from the black mess when he erased it. Midoriya took deep breaths like it had been hard for him to breathe, and Kuda looked terrified. What kind of quirk was this? Kuda seemed unharmed, but Midoriya had bruises. Clear sign of a fight. Shota would have to hurry up to prevent more of them. His student stood up, clearly favoring his right leg. Something was wrong with the left then. Midoriya took more breaths before opening his mouth to speak. Sensei, the villains, they're after Kaken. I have to go to Mandalay and tell her. Shota couldn't allow that. Midoriya might have not had the worst injuries, but his students should have none. No. You should head back to the camp building. I can deliver Mandalay the message about Bakugo. But dash. No buts. Kuda needs somebody to take him back, and your classmates need your help as well. You can protect each other once you're together. Midoriya seemed conflicted, but nodded, hoisting Kuda up his back. I'll leave it to you, sensei. Shota watched as the kid started to head back to the camp before charging forward again. He needed to find Mandalay and protect his students. You hurt him. Izuku turned back to look at Kuda. Before humming a confirmation. It was true. He had hurt somebody with his quirk, potentially to the point of death. There was no getting out of it. I haven't seen your quirk do that before. Mutation. They have been happening lately. What are you gonna do with it? Save people, but that means hurting people too. Kuda just stayed silent at that. I'm sorry, Izuku couldn't help but say, I know I said that quirks are not only capable of hurting people. That black whip thing could also be used to carry people to safety or lift them up if they're stuck somewhere. Kuda nodded. Your quirk has something to do with water, right? He nodded again. You know what it could be used for? This time the boy shook his head. You could work in a water treatment facility. People who can control water would be a huge help for separating at least the bigger trash from it. You would need some kind of a license, but it would be possible. You could also put out fires. We actually might need it right now. Kuda hummed, and Izuku figured that was the best he was going to get. You don't have to. But if you feel like helping, you know what to do. Izuku readjusted the boy on his back and kept moving forward. They were almost at the camp when Mandalay's quirk reached out to them. I, Professional Hero Eraserhead, authorize all students to use their quirks for combat. The villain's target seems to be Bakugo. Bakugo, try to find the nearest pro and stay away from the villains. Aizawa found her. Izuku couldn't feel relieved, but now there was much more of a chance for his classmates to be safe. He had needed to use his quirk, so his classmates probably needed too. As they neared the camp, a thick smoke rose above them in the sky. They found the camp surrounded by fire. It could have been just residue fire, but the sounds of fighting made it clear that not everything was all right. Kuda shivered on his back. Kuda, could you hide again? Protect yourself from the fire with your quirk, okay? What about you? Are you gonna just fight again? Kuda sniffled. I have to protect my friends, like Aizawa-sensei said. Izuku offered the boy a smile. He made sure that Kuda was far enough away from the fire and dashed through it. It hurt, but he was fast enough to avoid bad burns. Inside the ring of fire were some of his classmates, fighting with 3 identical guys. A cloning quirk maybe? A ball of fire disproved that theory. Somebody else's quirk then. Were they nearby? Izuku didn't really have much time to ponder before a second fireball almost hit him. Eraserhead was a challenge, but you hero kids certainly need more practice, one of the clones sneered. Izuku didn't wait and joined the fight. He kicked one of the clones in the head and it turned into a grayish mud. Okay, so the clones probably couldn't take too much damage. Izuku hadn't even used one for all. His classmates thanked him before returning to fighting. The clones had managed to keep everyone at a distance with their fire, but now that there were only two, the students grouped up. Ida, Ashido, Siro and Mineta were fighting one clone, trying to get him stuck and then hit him with speed. Kirishima, Sato, Kaminari, Monoma and Vlad King were fighting the other one. Though it seemed that only Kaminari, Monoma and Vault King had any luck landing hits. Izuku decided to join Ida's group, not wanting to get in the other group's way. The clone masterfully avoided Mineta's quirk and retreated when the ground became oversaturated with the sticky ball. Mineta was exhausted by now and only the cheers from the other group lifted the spirits of Ida's group. They had a chance of striking this guy and making the camp a base for possibly injured students. But before any of that could happen, the clones stopped attacking. It seems we're done now. Goodbye, hero brats. Hope to see you never. The clone quipped. The students and the pro watched as the clone took a couple of steps before dissolving on its own. They were done? Wait, did that mean they got Kaken? Izuku sprung into action, heading back to the forest despite the others' shouts. He needed to save Kaken. Izuku could feel it under his skin. That same bubbling anger that he had felt before. The same pain, slightly duller this time. The black tendrils erupted from his wrists. They carried him through the forest. He wasn't sure where he was even going at this point. Izuku just had to find him. He had to. The villains got Bakugo. It was obvious by the way they were turning back and the way a small group of his students looked at him without saying a word. Shota would have stayed with them, but there were other students that he had to make sure were okay. This night had been a nightmare and it wasn't stopping anytime soon. He was just heading back to Mandalay when the black mess of tendrils from earlier whisked by him. Shota couldn't chance the possibility that it had grabbed one of his students again and went after it. The mess didn't seem to have a direction, just blindly plowing forward and allowing Shota to catch up to it. When he used Erasure, the same student from earlier dropped down. Midoriya hit the ground and struggled to get back up again. But why aren't you working now? He said, frustration evident in his voice. Midoriya. Shota approached. Midoriya turned his face to him. Sensei, I have to save Bakugo. Midoriya turned to walk away, not deterred by his quirk being erased. Midoriya, stop. The villains already took him. We need to get back to the camp. I have to. His student's eyes were pricked with tears and his voice was strained. Midoriya only managed to take a couple of steps before he fell down to his knees and collapsed. Shota hurried to him, checking him over for any obvious injuries. If he was right, those tendrils were Midoriya's quirk. Another mutation. That mess had been twisting around violently both times Shota had seen it. No wonder Midoriya collapsed. The kid was probably suffering from quirk exhaustion. Shota picked him up and stood to return back to camp. The nightmare wasn't over, but Shota would make sure that the rest of his students were okay. ID. Calm down. The voice was muffled and distant, almost as if coming from underwater. Listen to me. Izuku didn't turn to look at the man whose voice he had never heard before. He only pressed his face harder against his knees. He needed to save Kaken. Izuku didn't have any major injuries. His leg was bruised, but healed quickly, and he had suffered burns while fighting the fire user clones. After he woke up in a hospital, he was checked over, given instructions on how to treat his burns that a healing quirk hadn't yet healed, and sent home. His mother had of course been worried about him, but Izuku didn't have the energy to assure her. He just went to his room and collapsed onto his bed. He didn't sleep. And after hours of just staring at the ceiling, he got a text message from Todoroki to meet him. Izuku didn't think about it long and sneaked out of the house. It was already late and he didn't want his mother to worry about him even more. He just sent a text to her phone about going for a walk in case she woke up. Izuku had to take a train to the meeting spot with Todoroki. It was a children's play park a couple stations over. Izuku wandered around for a while before he found it. He spotted two figures standing in the dark. Todoroki and Kirishima. Izuku raised his eyebrow in question. We want to save Bakugo. Kirishima said, and Todoroki nodded next to him. Izuku stared at them before nodding as well. We saw an interesting conversation happen when we visited the hospital today. You weren't there anymore, so we went to check on some of our other classmates, and we saw Yaoyorozu having a conversation with All Might, Kirishima said. She told him about a tracker that she had attached to a Numu that was there. Todoroki continued. She could help us by making a tracker for us as well. Izuku smiled. He had a chance to save Kaken now. He wasted no time and started to discuss possible plans on how to save Kaken. The two other boys joined him in similar vigor, offering their own ideas and worries. They chatted for a bit before deciding when to contact Yaoyorozu. This all depended on her after all. Momo was surprisingly easy to convince. She said she came along to stop the three boys from doing anything stupid, and that was true, but the others could sense her own frustration as well. She felt as powerless as the three boys did and wanted to do something to help. They met up soon after Momo had agreed to join. She made sure that every one of them wanted to do this and they would understand the consequences of their actions. Momo knew that none of them would do this if they thought critically, but they were all consumed by their emotions. She was especially worried about Midoriya. He looked tired, seemingly not sleeping well and possibly still feeling the effects of quirk exhaustion. The only time he looked close to being happy was when the group was talking about saving Bakugo. Momo knew, however, that they would still try to do this without her. They would be less successful without her tracker, but she wanted to do this as well. Momo could go on about this being a stupid mission that none of them needed or should do, but she couldn't help that nagging feeling in her own heart that pushed her forward anyway. She led the boys to a train station and made sure for one more time that they all wanted to do this. She already knew the answer, but she could at least hope that one of them got their senses and stepped out. They sat in silence, listening to the train clack against the rails until they arrived at Kamino. They soon realized that their group needed to blend in the nightlife and make sure that if any villain was around they wouldn't bat an eye. The shopping trip to get disguises didn't take long and they were all ready to head towards the tracker's location until the press conference happened. Their teachers, their principal on the big screen apologizing for failing to protect the students. Momo didn't know what to think. She might have not received direct help from either of the teachers, but she knew from others' accounts that they did their best. They had protected them. Could they really be asked to do more? The four of them stood there, surrounded by the civilians' remarks of their school's failure. They stayed still until Todoroki pulled them to go. They still had a mission. Momo pulled out the tracker again, leading their group towards the warehouses of Kamino. The four of them arrived at a warehouse. Its windows were dark. No sign of life. Perfect for a villain hideout. To avoid suspicion, they decided to investigate the building from the back. As the four of them stuffed themselves through a narrow alley, Izuku eyed the windows. They wouldn't be able to see inside without some sort of night vision. It's too dark to see. I can probably make some night vision goggles, Yaoyorozu said. She went to move her dress, but Kirishima spoke up. Actually, I bought my own. I thought about how I could help and these seemed like a good choice. Izuku cursed himself and his thoughtlessness. Kirishima had been truly preparing for this while Izuku had been too busy planning and waiting to go to think what he could actually do to help. But instead of wallowing in self-pity, Izuku offered to be the one hoisting Kirishima up to look in the window. Kirishima got up and positioned himself. It seems to be just an ordinary ware-howo sheet. Kirishima swayed a little on Izuku's shoulders. Whatever he saw made him lose his balance and Izuku tried his best to keep him from falling. What is it? Todoroki asked. It's sheet. There's a ton of nemesis in there. Kirishima shaked himself out of his stupor and got off Izuku's back. Izuku almost couldn't believe him. Sure, they had already seen a lot of nemesis, but to have a full warehouse of them. Izuku didn't like the thought. They also seemed to be in the wrong place. Kaken could be here, sure, but Kirishima said he didn't see any signs of him or the rest of the league. It appeared to be an ordinary warehouse just with a ton of nemesis. Had they come this far for nothing? Had this all been for nothing? Kaken wasn't here. The league was not here. How was he supposed to save someone who wasn't here? Before Izuku could spiral more into his thoughts, a huge leg came down on the building. Izuku and the others were protected from the shockwave only by the building wall. It took a second before the situation was clear. The heroes had arrived. "We should go," Yaoyorozu said. "The heroes seem to have the situation under control. There is no need for us to stay." She tried to usher the boys to move, keeping quiet that the heroes wouldn't notice. "Ah, welcome heroes," a deep voice echoed through the empty warehouse district, making each of them stop. "It seems you have found one of my places of operations. Shame. Things were going so well before you stepped in." That voice. That man. Izuku knew him from his dreams and memories. To anyone else his presence might have brought fear or terror, but to Izuku it brought comfort. His father had used his menacing presence to protect him from mean people. Be it an inconsiderate daycare worker or a mean kid at the park. But Izuku knew that this time that presence wasn't here to protect him. It was here to scare and harm the heroes. It was here to harm his classmates. And in an instant, before any of them could blink an eye, the building was crumbling and the heroes were on the ground. Maybe Izuku should have been scared like his classmates, but because of some sort of morbid curiosity, he wanted to see his father and check on the heroes. Which he wanted to do more, he didn't know. He got up to look on a slightly crumbling wall. There stood the man, but instead of familiar eyes, his face was covered by a big black mask. Was that him? Izuku stood still just staring at the man. He didn't know how long he did, but a black goo appearing, bringing with it Kaken, snapped him out of his thoughts. "He's here. Tamura. It seems you have failed yet again. But don't be discouraged. Your comrades are here. Even your possible new recruit. I brought them here so you could try again. You just need to try again and again. I'll do everything in my power to let you try again as much as you need, Tamura. I'll do everything in my power to protect you, Izuku." Suddenly there was a new shockwave as a fist tried to knock All for One down. "Took your time getting here, All Might. You do realize that I could have finished my talk with Tamura in the 30 seconds it took for you to get here. Do not talk like you could have done any better, All for One." All Might's words dripped with venom. "I am going to take young Bakugo and lock you up for good this time." "Oh, that won't do," All for One chuckled. He raised his hand and sent multiple buildings collapsing. Concrete rubble flew in the air towards All Might, but one of them was heading towards Kaken. Izuku jumped, not listening to the protest of his classmates. He dove and pushed Kaken out of the rubble's way. The other boy coughed, surprised by the sudden force pushing him. "Deku, what the F dash? Young Midoriya?" All Might looked shocked. His worry was evident on his face. "You shouldn't be here. This is dangerous. This man is Dash." "All for One." "I know," Izuku replied. All for One looked amused. "Quite the successor you have picked, All Might. He almost reminds me of you." "Too bad that Dash." This was it, Izuku thought. "You don't have any kids, All Might. You're too busy for that with your symbol of peace game." Izuku waited for more. A snide comment about how All for One could have a family easily or bringing All Might down by revealing his successor's parentage. But nothing came. Izuku started, "Isn't there anything else you want to say?" All for One just looked at him. His smirk grew wider. "I'm honored that you're so excited to fight me, child, but it's not time for me to kill you yet." That was not what Izuku meant. Did he not recognize him? Did he not remember him? Did he not care? Izuku was brought out of his spiral by catching a glimpse of Kaken's hair in his view. That's why he was here. His father not remembering him didn't matter. Izuku could take the secret about his father to his grave. It would certainly make his life easier. His father not remembering him was fine. It was fine. "Come on, Kaken. Let's go." "What the F, Deku?" Kaken responded. He looked angry and confused, ready to blow up at any moment. Izuku didn't have time for this. He really didn't. "Kaken, you're the main character. You were captured by the bad guy's super evil boss and now you are being saved. It's that simple. Now let's go." Izuku's wrists were enveloped by black tendrils as pain shot through his body once again. The tendrils wrapped around Kaken's body, leaving him no room to complain. Then Izuku turned around and jumped away, Kaken trailing after him. He did have little mind to hope his other classmates were okay and got away from the fight, but otherwise he just focused on getting away from that man. Shota was not happy to hear that one of his students, Midoriya, was present at the fight between All Might and the League of Villains leader, who his students somehow knew about. He was even less happy when 3 of his other students came to him and confessed that they had been there as well. Honestly, what was with his students? The boy in his office now had at least the decency to look ashamed. Shota had known that Midoriya had taken Bakugu's capture pretty hard, but he had not had the time to properly address it. That was a mistake on his part. Midoriya. Yes, sensei? Midoriya said. He was still not looking at him. I would appreciate it if my students didn't put themselves in danger when there is another student missing. Midoriya curled in on himself, making himself very small. Shota sighed. He needed to properly address it now if he wanted his student to not do this again. The search party located Bakugu and the League's whereabouts, chose the proper heroes for the task and scouted the buildings until it was good time to strike. They did the exact same thing as your group did, but legally, on a bigger scale and with proper resources. I know. I was just so angry and scared. Midoriya's voice wobbled, betraying the tears that were not falling. Anyone would be scared if their classmate got abducted by villains. That still doesn't excuse what you did, however. It's okay to be angry and scared, but you can trust the people whose job it is to deal with these kinds of things. You would want people to trust you when you're a hero, right? Midoriya nodded, finally looking at Shota. He still looked tired. The same as he had on that day at the camp. He must have not been resting properly. Shota sighed again. The kid did wrong, but hopefully he can now finally rest since Bakugu is safe. But before that, a 20-page essay on dangers of vigilantism by the end of summer break and a couple extra training lessons once school starts. That, weirdly enough, brought a smile to his students' lips. Yes, sensei. Good. Now, go enjoy your summer break. His student bowed and apologized for the first time for his actions and stood up. He smiled and waved goodbye before exiting the office, and Shota could finally breathe a breath of relief. All of his students were finally safe. You finally calmed down, kid, Daigoro said. He had had a pretty hard time to get the kid to listen. Using his quirk with that much anger couldn't have been good for the kid's health. I'm sorry, the kid mumbled, avoiding eye contact. Don't worry. Now that we can communicate, I can help you with my quirk. Daigoro offered one of his bright smiles. The kid just hummed and rubbed his hand. His eyes still tried to look anywhere else than at Daigoro. Daigoro's smile faltered as the silence between them stretched out. It seemed the new holder wasn't up for much conversation. At least with him. How was he going to deal with this? I've been thinking about what you said. About using my quirk without hurting anybody. I know you said something about water treatment or using it to put out fires, but I'm not sure if I want to do those things. But I have been helping Katarus-san, Tiger, with watering his garden. He told me about how people use flowers to express their emotions and thoughts. I think that it's cool. You better think it's cool too. Sosaki, Mandalay, bought me seeds and said that I can grow my own garden too. It's going to take a while, but I definitely grow the best garden ever. P.S. Thanks for saving me even if you had to hurt someone. But a little bit before summer break ended, the students moved into dorms. There was a lot of hustle and bustle, but in the end every one of the students had made the dorm their new home. Though many of the students would have wanted to spend the rest of their summer break resting, they were called into Gym Gamma. There they learned about their next objective. The Provisional Hero License. The license that makes you be able to partake in hero work even as a student, and one that less than 5% of the examinees get. And despite those difficult odds, the teachers had a plan for every student to pass the provisional license exam. You all will be creating 1 or 2 special moves for the exam, Cementos said. These moves must be created from your own unique strength. Anything else will be less than satisfactory. It is important to HR and assess your own capabilities and talents. These special moves will be symbols of who you are. Midnight chimed. Moves like these are essential to a hero in this day and age. People will be imitating them when they talk about you and will be assured when they see it in action. This is a way for you all to gain leverage in the test, Aizawa said. You will be tested on many things such as communication, teamwork, information gathering, judgment, mobility, and fighting. All important skills in hero work. Those skills assure that a hero can take control of the situation and doesn't get overwhelmed. Special moves are an essential part of your fighting and in extension your ability to bring stability to an emergency or incident. Midnight continued. To ensure that as many of you as possible will pass, we will be holding a special boot camp. These 2 weeks will be used to train your quirks and develop your special moves. If that's all clear to you, get to it. Aizawa headed toward the gym doors as Cementos started to shape the building to their training grounds. Izuku was excited, but also nervous. He still had a lot of practice to do with his quirks, and having to also use them for a special attack was a tall order for 2 weeks. He didn't even know where to start. How could Izuku use float and smokescreen and together? He had practiced using one for all with the smoke, but that really wasn't a special move. What should he do? Maybe Izuku should create a chart about how each quirk complemented one another. What are you standing there daydreaming about? Izuku almost jumped as ectoplasm spoke to him. Oh, sorry. I'm just not sure what I should do for my special move. I have trouble deciding what to do with my quirk. Ectoplasm just hummed. Your quirk truly is quite multifaceted. If you don't know what to do yet, then use today to train with your quirk. Izuku nodded. Practice would be good, but looking at his classmates, he couldn't help but feel he was falling behind. Izuku really needed to come up with a special move. But what could it be? Are you all right? Izuku shifted when En sat next to him. He lifted his head from his arms that were resting on his knees. Yeah, just thinking about my special move. It's causing you trouble? Yeah. It's just, I don't know how to bring my quirk together and what counts as a special move. I mean, how am I supposed to combine smokescreen and float? And what about one for all? Our quirks are tools, En hummed, an extension of us that we can use to propel ourselves forward. But like with many tools, you don't have to use them all, especially at the same time. Your classmates only have one quirk that they will focus on. You should do the same. And if the opportunity arises, you can use them in tandem, but you don't have to make a move out of it. Izuku hummed. That was true. It's not like he had to use all of them at the same time, and his classmates did have an advantage of just one quirk, except maybe Todoroki. But which one should I choose? It's not like I have a great handle on any of my quirks yet. Maybe you can look into the past. What have you done before that could be used as a special move? You can probably find some inspiration from the fights you have already been in. From the past? Well, there were all of their combat classes. There was also USJ, although that wasn't the best place to draw inspiration from. What else? Maybe. Izuku, En ruffled his curls, effectively shaking Izuku from his thoughts. You had a busy day today. Go to sleep. Izuku just gave the man a sheepish smile before letting the world of unconsciousness consume him. I said that these lessons would begin once the school started, but considering that you haven't made progress towards special moves these past 2 days, I figured you could use them, Aizawa said. Most of Izuku's classmates already had ideas for special moves, and if they didn't, Aizawa or the other teachers had already been talking to them. Izuku slumped a little bit in defeat. He hadn't yet figured out anything, even with En's advice. I'm working on it. Right. Also, Aizawa turned to glare at the man next to him. Yagi insisted on being here. The other man just smiled sheepishly until Aizawa's attention turned back to Izuku. It made sense. He probably wanted to follow the development of One for All. Hey-ish, All Might, Izuku quickly corrected himself. Both of his teachers raised their brows at that. Izuku was so used to the vestiges calling All Might Toshinori that he almost didn't notice his slip-up. It's fine if All Might stays. He is still a teacher, right? Izuku hoped that the men would just ignore his slip-up. Okay, Aizawa narrowed his eyes. If you're fine with him staying here, I'll allow it. Well, let's start by going individually through your mutations. I haven't seen you use those black tendrils since summer camp. I can't use it. Izuku looked away from the two men. He just hadn't really thought about Black Whip since saving Kaken, and he also kind of didn't want to. Can't use it? Could it be a problem in visualization? All Might mused. Proper visualization helped you handle your quirk before, didn't it? And how do you know that, Yagi? Aizawa asked. All Might stared. Young Midoriya asked for my help once after class, but it was with Gran Torino that he learned to handle his quirk. You know Gran Torino? Aizawa asked, tone accusing. He was my teacher at you. All Might smiled. Right? Anyway, if it's a visualization problem, we can start with the other aspects of your quirk and work our way from there, Aizawa said, deciding to turn his attention back to Izuku. Izuku diligently listened to his teacher's advice and got to work. Hey kid, you read manga? Dagoro asked. Yeah, the kid answered. You have any recommendations? I don't think you can read manga here. The kid looked around them in the void. Daigoro hadn't thought about that. It was the third day and Izuku was hard at work thinking what he could do. And said that it could be something from the past he had done, but he hadn't done anything really major with any of his quirks in the past. Mostly he had used them just how they fit in the situation. Izuku's eyes drifted over his classmates, all practicing their own special moves. There was obviously Kaken, exploding as usual. Kudo was doing something with his animal friends. It was a little hard to tell, but it seemed to be fruitful. Izuku's eyes shifted to Ida. He was hard at work as well. Ida. Stain. Izuku had beaten Stain by dropping from the air and landing a punch. It was a surprise to Stain because he had been too focused on Todoroki, but it didn't necessarily have to have the element of surprise in it. If Izuku launched himself in the air, he could use the combination of gravity and float to land a nasty hit to the enemy. Then if he used one for all as well. So, he would get up in the air with float and possibly one for all, and then land a punch from above. But landing a punch from the air might not be easy. Sure, if he jumped towards somebody, it worked, but if he came from above then, kicking might be better. Kicking. Izuku focused on Ida again before walking up to him. Ida. Midoriya. Ida stopped his training and turned to look at Izuku. The ectoplasm copy stopped attacking as well, leaving space for the two boys to discuss. He did still remind them both not to take too much time chatting. What did you want to ask me? I figured that I could focus on my legs with my special move, but I don't have experience using my legs while fighting. I figured you could give me some tips. Izuku smiled. Ida turned his head away, leaving Izuku confused, but Ida spoke up once he noticed Izuku looking at him worried. Sorry. I just heard about what you did in Kamino. Izuku didn't know what to say, but Ida continued. I know that you didn't have the same type of motives as I did in Hosu, but I was still surprised and angry. I was angry at you for going and I was angry at myself for not being there for you like you were for me. As a class president, I would want to make sure that all of you are safe and follow the proper rules. Ida, Izuku said. He hadn't really been focused on much during that time. He hadn't really considered how his other friends might feel. But that just means that you have to get your provisional license, and if advice from me will help you, of course I would be honored to give you my services. Ida smiled like his earlier confession hadn't just happened. Izuku smiled back. In the future, he would consider other people's feelings as well. Hey Midoriya. I've been thinking, Todoroki said. After yet another day of training, they had decided to go to a small restaurant near the school. According to Todoroki, it had delicious cold soba. Was that guy at Kamino All Might's brother and your secret evil uncle? Izuku choked on his soba. He coughed and coughed while Todoroki patted his back, looking like he hadn't just said what he had said. Oh Todoroki. So close, yet so far. Izuku hadn't really thought about his father after Kamino. That was for the best anyway. Not like Izuku cared. For the last time, All Might is not my dad. I know my father and he's not All Might. Well, why don't we ever get to meet your dad? He's busy, being in Tartarus, working. Besides, why would you think that villain was my uncle? Todoroki got a serious look on his face as he always did when preparing to enlighten Izuku about his theories. Well, it's about your quirk. Huh. Your quirk has multiple different forms, and when I was watching All Might and that villain fight, that villain also seemed to have multiple forms to his quirk. And on top of that, you all have huge amounts of strength that can cause shockwaves. You could feel how powerful the shockwaves of that fight were. Wait, Todoroki. What do you mean feel? The evacuation zone should have been far enough away from the fight and the shockwaves. Oh, I stayed close by to watch. Todoroki. I just couldn't miss two brothers fighting. Both at the opposite sides of society, protecting their own ideals until one is defeated and the other is left to mourn what could have been. Don't stay and watch dangerous fights. And have the fight between two sides with your own secret brother, Izuku side. I'm not sure if Dabi is really Tuya anymore. I mean, there are just so many fire quirk users out there. Didn't you say that your father had a fire-breathing quirk, Midoriya? Todoroki. Hey kid. Daigoro smiled. Yeah? The kid looked at him warily. I could tell you embarrassing stories about an, Daigoro snickered. No thank you, Daigoro-san. Daigoro fell to his knees, only in his head since a pro hero couldn't be brought to his knees by a kid. The kid said Daigoro-san, not just Daigoro. Daigoro could have honestly cried, but instead he just said, maybe later then. Daigoro-san. Did the kid not like him that much? I've been waiting for you. What can I do for my favorite advertiser? Hi Hatsum, Izuku greeted. I have some costume improvements in mind. Of course. You'll need many new babies for your exam. So what can I do for you? Hatsum turned to her workstation, already digging out different tools and inventions. I need something that adds power to my kicks. Oh, you kick now. I love it. Hatsum smiled brightly. Yeah. It's for my special move. I've also changed my style to include kicks since it expands my combat abilities. It will also be an element of surprise, which is useful when fighting villains, especially if Izuku's muttering was brought to a halt by a finger on his lips. Less talking, more designing, Hatsum drew her finger away. Izuku smiled. Of course. Maybe I should tell the kid about Hikage. He doesn't like me anyway, so it's better if he gets to meet a new holder, Daigoro cried. You're thinking about this too much, Dai, and said, the kid doesn't hate you. Yeah, Nana patted his back. Shouldn't you know how scary it is when your quirk gets out of control? And Daigoro knew. When he was small, he had hurt his friend when he hadn't won in a game that they were playing. After that he had said that he would rather not have a quirk and refused to use it. Since the kid hadn't seemed to be too hung up on hurting that villain, Daigoro figured it shouldn't be a fear of hurting somebody. But he knew that his quirk was quite nasty out of control. Maybe he hadn't thought about this from all angles. Just talk with him properly. After you have dealt with this, I'm sure Izuku will open up to you, and said. And always knew what to say. Daigoro was thankful to have such a good successor. And now he had to be a good mentor for Toshinori's kid. Finally. We can rest, Kaminari said. He slumped into the couch in the common room. It was the class day off from training and Izuku had decided to enjoy some time outside of his room. He was currently sipping tea that Yaoyorozu had made. It was really good. Hey! Hey! Hagakure yelled, you guys want to play a game? What kind of game? Jair asked. She had been discussing something with Tokoyami, but both turned their attention to Hagakure. Go fish. You can play it with a basic card deck. It could be super fun. Hagakure bounced. Oh, that sounds delightful, Yaoyorozu smiled. We can all enjoy tea and some cookies my family sent me. I'm in, Kaminari cheered. Jairu and Tokoyami looked at each other before humming sounds of confirmation. Izuku got up to help Yaoyorozu bring the tea from the kitchen and soon enough the cards were served and the rest spread on the table. I'm first. Hagakure said, Kaminari, do you have any fives? Come on. Already? Two cards. Now it's your turn, Midoriya. Jairu, do you have any sevens? Nope. Go fish. Hagakure, got any fives? Jairu smiled. Hagakure giggled while handing over the cards. You got four already? Man, those were my fives, Kaminari grumbled. Tokoyami, do you have any queens? Yaoyorozu asked. No, go fish. The only queen here is you, Yamamo. Hagakure said and the others nodded in agreement. Yaoyorozu blushed and thanked them. Midoriya, Tokoyami spoke, do you have kings? Yeah, Izuku sighed and gave his card. The kingdom has lost its king, Tokoyami hummed. Finally my turn. Kaminari said, Yaoyorozu, do you have any threes? No. Sorry, go fish. The game continued as cards were exchanged, the students cheering with wins and grumbling with losses. Izuku had gotten 2 full sets and was behind Jairu who already had 4. Kaminari was the last one with Yaoyorozu who had managed to lose her queen to Tokoyami, who was now going after Jax to complete his royal set. Midoriya, do you have any tens? Also, that kick you did yesterday was really cool, Jiru said. No, go fish and thanks. I've practiced kicks generally and are now trying to use them with my quirk. It certainly surprised me and Dark Shadow when you dropped right next to us. Hagakure, do you have Jax? Nope. Go fish. That's my turn. I'm sorry, Tokoyami. I thought the ectoplasm with you was the one with me. It's alright. It was a rather impressive kick. Thanks, and Tokoyami? Do you have any Jax? Izuku grinned as Tokoyami offered him 3 cards. Hey kids, sit down. We need to talk, Daigoro said. Izuku had a hunch what this was about. He hadn't really been able to use Black Whip, he hadn't even really tried. Aizawa or All Might hadn't mentioned it since Izuku had figured out his special move. Don't worry. I'm not here to force you to use my quirk, Daigoro said. I know it's kinda hard one to control. I guess I thought you were going to be fine once you calmed down, but if there's something troubling you, kid, you can tell me. Izuku just sat for a while. He didn't know how to exactly say what was on his mind. I guess I just don't want to get angry again. I was fine when I was angry, but afterwards I just didn't want to experience it again. When something started to irritate me, I just walked away and hoped it would blow over. Izuku took a moment before continuing. But I didn't know how to use your quirk without being angry, and I guess I just didn't. Daigoro hummed. My quirk is connected to your emotions, but it doesn't mean you have to be angry to use it. Actually, controlling your anger or other feelings is vital to controlling my quirk. Daigoro patted Izuku on the shoulder. If you feel like you're blowing up again, you can always talk to us, kid. I'm sure Nana and En would be happy to help. And if any of us ain't here, you got Toshinori outside. His vestige may not talk, but it certainly cares. Izuku couldn't help the tears that were in his eyes. His chest was tight and warm. He had so many people who cared, who wanted to help him. Izuku didn't want to be as angry as before, but he didn't have to. He had people who would help him. Hey Daigoro? Yeah kid, the man grinned. What kind of manga do you like? You seem to have figured out your special move and how to train it, Aizawa said while looking at some papers. Though it's good that you have focused on that, I want to know how your general quirk handling has improved. Have you been able to visualize using the black tendrils? I think so, Izuku said. It was not much about visualization rather than just talking with Daigoro though. You think you can show us? Aizawa asked. Izuku nodded and turned to face one of the targets in the gym. The first extra lesson had been at Gym Gamma, but this time they were in a smaller gym. Izuku put his hand forward and breathed. Calm down. Don't let your emotions consume you. It took a bit before Izuku could feel anything. It was different from the pain that had happened before while using Black Whip. This time it felt more gentle. It didn't feel like the tendrils were ripping him apart, but more like they flowed with him and his movements. Izuku watched mesmerized as the tendrils coming from his wrists wrapped around his arm. Slowly they grew in size and detached themselves and moved toward the target. They were too slow to do any real damage, but Izuku was relieved. He had done it and he wasn't mad or hurting. He felt amazing. Izuku almost forgot he was in the gym with his 2 teachers and turned to quickly look at them. All Might seemed happy and Aizawa looked satisfied. It seems you have more control of it now, Aizawa said. We should use this lesson to gauge how good that control is and what you can do to improve it. Izuku nodded. He listened and followed his teacher's commands with fervor, trying to hit targets and seeing how big he could make the tendrils without losing control. Izuku let himself feel the tendrils move and twist, still mesmerized by the contrast of gentle touch and hard hits. At the end, he could only smile and cheer. Young Midoriya! Toshinori yelled for his student. Midoriya turned around and smiled. I mean All Might. Midoriya quickly corrected himself, but Toshinori only chuckled. Toshinori? You've been calling me that lately. It was honestly funny in Toshinori's opinion. Midoriya had had trouble not calling him All Might in his smaller form and now he couldn't help but call him Toshinori. It brought a smile to Toshinori's lips. Yeah, Midoriya rubbed his neck. The vestiges call you that and I guess I got used to it? Tashinori chuckled again. Well, I don't mind if that is what you call me, but remember, in class I'm All Might. Tashinori truly didn't mind, but Aizawa was already on his case about favoritism and Midoriya calling him by his first name in class really wouldn't help him. Really? Midoriya looked panicked, but slowly his frown morphed into a smile. Well, Midoriya looked away from him. You can call me Izuku then. Tashinori's own smile got wider. Of course, Izuku. Now, I notice that you have no more problems with Black Whip. Yeah. Izuku's smile brightened. I spoke to Daigoro, the fifth holder, and he helped me with his quirk. His student's smile turned to a smirk. He also told me about that one time when you had something stuck on your teeth during an important hero meeting and you only noticed afterwards. You apparently smiled the whole meeting. Tashinori brought his hands to his face and groaned. These vestiges were out to get him. First Nana and now this Daigoro. They even got Izuku into it. Tashinori didn't know if he could handle his student telling him about his embarrassing moments. The sock incident was already bad. But as he watched his student smile, Tashinori thought he could handle anything. Then there was that other time dash. After his talk with Daigoro, Izuku kept training with Black Whip. He still mostly focused on his special move, but having Black Whip in the exam would be beneficial. Despite being able to grab and carry people before, Izuku had a hard time keeping hold of objects and people. If he lost his focus, he either dropped something or a person could wiggle their way out easily. Izuku lost to multiple ectoplasm clones because something in the gym distracted him enough. The second thing he had to practice was hitting targets. Izuku wasn't used to using Black Whip, so his reaction time was slow and sometimes he hit either too soft or too hard. One of the ectoplasm clones got thrown into the gym wall and splattered. Izuku would prefer that not happen to a flesh and blood person. The third problem, weirdly enough, was Izuku forgetting to activate Black Whip. He would either go for a punch or a kick, but his opponent was too far away and could only be hit with the tendrils. It frustrated Izuku a little, but he reminded himself to breathe and continued. Izuku was on a break when his attention turned to Shiro. He was swinging wildly around the gym. Shiro's special move didn't involve him swinging. He had told Izuku that he wanted to figure out a way to tie people up as fast as possible and with as little tape as possible. It had taken time and ectoplasm had easily broken out of many of Shiro's attempts, but recently he had managed to keep most of the clones tied. The swinging must have been part of his regular training. But as Izuku kept looking, he couldn't help but get an idea. Could he do the same with Black Whip? Shiro was really talented and he had swung with his quirk before, but maybe Izuku could do it too. He mused about his quirk's abilities before ectoplasm ushered him back to training. So I was thinking that I could use Black Whip to swing like Shiro does. I don't know how hard it is, but it could be really useful, Izuku explained. I like your ideas, kid, Daigoro laughed, but it took me a while to perfect swinging from place to place. There's no way you could use something like that in the exam. Oh, it doesn't have to be for the exam, Izuku hurried to explain. I just thought that generally it could be a lot of help. Let's put it on the back burner for now and focus on your exam. You still need to train my quirk generally before doing any tricks. Okay, Izuku looked at his arm and yelped when he noticed the black tendrils forming out of his wrist. What? How is this happening? Why can I use Black Whip? Calm down, Daigoro said, his own black tendrils forming out of his wrist. We can use our quirks here. I mean, we didn't when you were around, so I guess it does make sense for you to think that you couldn't. But if I can use my quirk in here, why didn't I train my quirks with your help? Izuku looked at the tendrils that were now wrapping around his arm. It's not the same to use quirks in here as out there. You may have not realized it yet, but it feels different and we can't really train them to be stronger. We figured, since you manifested the quirks outside, that you should train them out there too. Daigoro shrugged his shoulders. At most you probably would get a feel for the quirk, but to actually train it, you would have to use your actual body. I guess that makes sense. Izuku slowly detached the still wrapping tendrils from his arm and instead looked at them moving side to side. It did feel different from using them while he was awake. Maybe he could test if training the quirk affected how using the quirk felt in the void. Guess Izuku had something else to study after. The exam. I mean, the mentor doesn't even tell him anything. They don't even give any cryptic wisdoms for the main character to solve. Besides that, the only advice our main character gets is some basic stuff that he then learns in class anyway. The mentor character is useless and the author didn't even make them likable, so if they die, it will not make you sad. Izuku ranted about a recent new shonen manga he had read. Daigoro laughed. That's why I never wanted a mentor. Never needed one since I could teach myself. You didn't have a mentor? What about your predecessor? Izuku tilted his head. Hikage? I found him in some old shack in the woods. Guy was a real hermit. Probably went to town only once a month. Anyway, I found him once on my day off. He was cursing about how his roof had a hole. I walked up to him and asked if he needed any help. And let me tell you, kid, I was in a headlock in an instant. When he realized that I wouldn't attack him, Hikage let me go and apologized for his rude behavior. Daigoro laughed. It was a bit of a whiplash, but in the end I offered to help with his roof. Offered to do a lot of other stuff from him too since Hikage was scared of going out. I mean, the whole all for one thing probably didn't make him feel very safe. Daigoro shuddered. We also trained together, but we were more like sparring partners rather than mentor and student. Although, I guess Hikage did treat me like a student sometimes, Daigoro mused. Hikage's quirk allowed him to almost read my moves, so I had to be fast. I learned a lot from him, but he still wasn't my mentor. Then one day he collapsed. Izuku's breath hitched. He hadn't expected that of all things. We hadn't even started hitting each other yet. First we thought that he had just gotten sick, but it kept getting worse and worse. By the end of it he looked pale and scrawny. Like Tashinori but worse. Daigoro's eyes were laced with tears. He trusted one for all to me before he went. The man chuckled. Pretty soon after I got the hang of one for all, I met N, and that's a story you've probably heard already. Izuku nodded, having focused on both stories intently. Though he felt sad for all the vestiges, he had that little spark of excitement about learning about them. These were all different people from different times, but they were all connected in one for all. Their stories, their quirks. Oh no. What? Daigoro asked, confused. You told me about Hikage and his quirk. And N said it's danger sense. What if it manifests during the exam? It could cause tons of problems. What if it distracts me and I fail? What if I hurt somebody or myself? What if dash? Breathe, kid. Daigoro put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Breathe. Now let's think about this. Hikage's quirk allows you to sense danger and the general direction it's coming from. It might distract you, but remember what we discussed about my quirk? The best way to handle it is to keep calm. Izuku breathed. He was anxious about the exam. He only had 2 days before it, and even then he wouldn't have enough time to train it. Izuku breathed in, then he breathed out. Still, Daigoro was right. The best way to handle this was to keep calm. Before Izuku could become anxious about staying calm, Daigoro shook him out of it and gave him a smile. We are here for you, kid. On the morning of the exam, something peculiar happened. When Izuku was going to open his dorm room door, he felt a stabbing sensation in his head. It didn't particularly hurt, but it was still unpleasant. Before Izuku could think about it, he heard Ida's engine zoom by his door. Later he learned that Ida had been so nervous that he had accidentally activated his quirk in the halls. He apologized profusely to his classmates about possibly inconveniencing or endangering them. The others accepted his apology since they understood his nervousness. The second time it happened, Izuku was in the kitchen area getting breakfast. He was just getting a spoon when the sensation returned and Izuku ducked. Izuku looked up to see nothing until his eyes drifted to the girl next to him. Hikage was notoriously hard to dodge and read because of her invincibility. Izuku grumbled when he realized what was happening. He had manifested danger since sometime during the night. Izuku hadn't activated one for all once this morning, so he didn't even know how to activate or deactivate the new quirk. He only calmed down when Hikage started apologizing for not noticing him. Izuku assured her that he was fine and got up from the floor. His cereal didn't taste as sweet as it usually did due to his irritation regarding the situation. Izuku breathed in and then he breathed out. This was just another challenge in his road to becoming a hero. After arriving at the exam site, Izuku kept feeling the sensation creeping up on him. It's not like the other examinees caused his quirk to activate, but wayward glances toward his class made Izuku's head hurt. He would probably have a huge headache after this. He had almost flinched when the Ketsubutsu student had shaken his hand. It felt like the student had wanted to throw him onto the ground, and Izuku shook his hands off. It came off as rude, but he couldn't help it. Izuku was happy to just start the exam once they had been given the exam rules. He had decided to stick with most of his class since UA would appear to be an easy target due to the sport festival. It wasn't even a minute in before Izuku felt the stabbing in his head, but Mineta beat him to warn their classmates. Look out! A huge wall of ball headed their way. Izuku hadn't trained dodging that much with Black Whip yet, but the ball were like small targets and he managed to hit them. Some of them bounced away and some flew back toward the opposing students, a couple people even getting hit. Oh, the bone-breaking kid has a new quirk. The Ketsubutsu guy yelled, "Too bad it won't help you against us." A second onslaught of ball headed their way. Izuku's classmates dodged and defended where they could, Izuku hitting some of the ball, careful to not swing them at his classmates. It was hard since the pain in his head didn't let up, but Izuku was happy that everything around him didn't seem to activate his quirk because that would have been a nightmare. The shower of balls stopped and the Ketsubutsu student crouched. "Get away! I'll split their defense." Danger sense activated again and Izuku only had a second to jump before the ground shattered. Dust and rocks scattered everywhere and it was a while before Izuku could see the ground again. Izuku was floating above the now rigid battleground. He could spot some of his classmates here and there, but he also saw a lot of other students around. He didn't have much time to think before someone could spot him if they hadn't already. Izuku spotted two students in the rubble. It was time to put his training to use. Izuku angled himself toward the student with a shark mutation quirk. He had learned that beside making his descent slower with float, he could make it faster as well. He descended fast and activated one for all just before impact. Izuku's leg hit the student right on his cheek and slammed them into the ground. Izuku pounced and activated Black Whip, wrapping it around the other student before they could throw a ball at him. Izuku brought the student near him and released them to hit the two targets on their chest. The student hopped back and Izuku did the same. He hopped back to the student with the shark quirk and wrapped them with tendrils, stopping them from getting up. Izuku hoisted the wrapped student up and used them as a shield, getting closer to the other one, before they broke out of his hold. Izuku had to roll to dodge a punch and used Black Whip to hit the other student's last target, taking them out of the game. After that he ran toward the remaining student. He faked a kick and then punched them in the face. The student staggered and Izuku used that opportunity to hit a target on their side. The student quickly recovered and managed to land a punch on Izuku's stomach and then aimed another one at one of his targets, hitting it. Izuku stepped back to assess where the last remaining targets were. One on the left leg and one on the right shoulder. Izuku shot Black Whip forward, but the student managed to dodge and they charged at him. Izuku jumped up and landed another kick to the back of the student's head. He bounced back and threw a ball towards the student's leg, but missed. The student charged him again and Izuku ducked from their punch and aimed the ball in his hand toward their shoulder, effectively hitting the target. The student swung their hand, forcing Izuku to move back before he could hit the student's leg. The student covered their remaining target with their hand. They looked at Izuku, probably preparing for an attack. Izuku glanced around them, making sure that there were no other students nearby. After, he ran toward the student, stepping to the right and landed a kick to their side. The student removed their hand from the target and Izuku grabbed a nearby ball from the ground and hit it. The targets flashed with opposing colors of red and green and made sounds of loss and victory. The student grumbled, but nodded to Izuku before leaving. Izuku breathed, calming down from the fight. He was ready to go when danger sense went off behind him and he rolled to his side. In his place stood a girl from Shiketsu High. Izuku had seen her when his class had arrived. "Ah," the girl whined, "it seems you've already won. Shame. I would have loved to fight you." Izuku didn't have time to ask before the girl was gone. He couldn't see her anywhere. Maybe that was her quirk? Katsuki sauntered to the exam break room behind his two friends only to find Deku already there. That BSRD. Of course he was already there, probably to rub it in Katsuki's face. That BSRD and his quirk. What was it that Deku had said at the start of the school year? I borrowed this power from somebody else, but I'll make it my own. Katsuki scratched his head. How many FING powers did that nerd borrow anyway? Deku-kun. Izuku lifted his head up to see Uraraka and Shiro coming towards him. He waved and smiled at them, putting his juice down on a nearby surface. How did your exam go? Oh, Shiro was amazing. He tied those other students up so fast. Uraraka cheered. Well, I don't think it would have been that easy without you making them float. I still have a lot of training to do. Shiro raised a hand to his hips and sighed. Thanks. I guess we both needed a little help. Uraraka rubbed her neck. What about you, Deku-kun? Did you work with someone? No, but I was only up against 2 students and I had the element of surprise so they didn't have a chance to work together. Very cool, Midoriya. Shiro laughed and Uraraka gave Izuku a high five. Good job, Deku-kun. Izuku hadn't expected to see real people in the midst of rubble that was the exam site for the rescue portion. They were actors, but for a moment Izuku was reminded of those mangas where the school or the institution would put their students or other people's lives on the line. The HPSC would not get away with something like that, surely, but they certainly didn't pull their punches. Izuku tagged along with some of his classmates just like before. The action around them was hectic. People were yelling orders and running. Most of them looked sure about what they were doing, but some were straggling behind. Izuku picked up his own pace. His group came across an injured young boy, who was screaming and crying. They were just about to address him, when suddenly Izuku felt the stabbing sensation again. Without thinking, Izuku wrapped Black Whip around the boy and pulled him away. The wall next to him crumbled, a huge piece of rubble landing where the boy had just been. The boy blinked, jaw agape, clearly not expecting that. Your quick reflexes saved me, but the rough handling could seriously worsen injuries. -1 point. Izuku frowned. He really had only acted on instinct, not having time to consider something like that. Hey, don't look so annoyed about being taught, the boy scolded. Izuku grumbled a little before schooling his expression. He picked up the boy, making sure that the imaginary injuries wouldn't get worse. Let's get you to the first aid station. Izuku smiled. Izuku had just handed over the boy when a huge explosion rang out. The source of it was soon apparent when a group of villains marched through a wall toward the first aid area. Izuku stood still for a moment before turning to the injured, leaving the Ketsubutsu student to handle the new threat. He located those with major injuries who couldn't move by themselves and picked them up with Black Whip, trying to be as gentle as possible. The people around him were directing the other civilians away from the villains. Izuku could hear sounds of fighting and one glance behind him confirmed it. Todoroki and Yurashi from Shiketsu had arrived to help them. Izuku couldn't be happy for long when the sounds of fighting turned into bickering. He couldn't pay much mind to it though if he hoped to not drop the people he was carrying. Once he handed them over to another student, Izuku finally turned to look at the fight, only to find Todoroki's flames liking the partly evacuated first aid area. Izuku ran past the other students and civilians. He snatched and moved a young girl away from the flames before continuing his way over to the fight. What the hell are you two doing? Izuku yelled. Todoroki, put up an ice wall between the villains and civilians and you. Izuku pointed at Yurashi. You can control wind, right? Can you distribute smoke clouds over the villains? Both boys just looked at him dumbstruck before kicking into action. Izuku activated smokescreen, filling the air with smoke that drifted over to the villains with the help of Yurashi's wind. That should hold them back a little. They shouldn't be able to see, and Gang Orca, who apparently played the villain leader, couldn't attack without possibly hitting his own people. Izuku rushed into the smoke and immediately found one of the villains. He approached the disoriented villain from behind and landed a kick to their back. Then he wrapped the villain with tendrils and threw him out of the smoke away from the civilians. It had taken a while for Izuku to learn to navigate and keep his sense of direction in the smoke. He wasn't perfect yet, but he was sure the villain hadn't flown directly to the first aid area. What he wasn't sure about was whether he had used too much force in his swing. Hopefully the fake villains had good gear. Izuku continued to stalk the villains. His punches and kicks alone weren't enough to knock them out, but he did distract them enough. After a while he could hear sounds of fighting around him. Either other people had charged into the smoke or some of the villains had gotten out, but by the sounds of it, the other students were doing all right. Izuku continued fighting the villains near him until a loudspeaker crackled to life. All stationed HUC members have been rescued from the crisis area. With that, the provisional license exam has come to a close. Izuku looked around himself when the smoke was cleared away by wind. There were multiple students among some villains. One student had even made it to Gang Orca and had successfully dodged his attacks. The students slowly started to file away from the exam site, heading towards the changing rooms. Izuku was just about to go as well when one of Gang Orca's men stopped him. "Hey kid, you got quite a nasty throw." Izuku was ready to apologize, but the man stopped him. "I couldn't feel my body for a couple minutes, but now I'm all right," he cheered. "Just don't go crazy with it and it should be fine." The man patted his back and wished him luck with the license, leaving Izuku to fear for the man's health. Hopefully that throw really was fine. Izuku felt so relieved when his name showed up on the screen. He had passed the exam and gotten his license. He was one step closer to becoming a hero. Izuku was simmering with happiness and pride. His other classmates cheered around him and a look at the screen confirmed their passing. Izuku was surprised to not find Kaken's name there. He hadn't seen him the whole exam, but he certainly didn't expect him to fail. Izuku looked around and when their eyes met, Kaken looked away. Izuku was surprised by the lack of scowl on the boy's face. It was weird. He turned back to the screen to confirm the other name that wasn't there. It wasn't really surprising, considering how Todoroki had acted, but Izuku still felt bad. Todoroki had worked hard like the rest of them. "Todoroki," Izuku said. "Don't worry, Midoriya." Todoroki turned to him with a sad smile. "It's just part of my character arc." "Yeah," Izuku offered a small smile back. Todoroki's smile turned more genuine before his attention was grabbed by Yurashi. Izuku watched them talk, happy that they could get over their differences. Izuku was about to step into the bus when Aizawa stopped him. "After we get back to UA, come to my office." His teacher walked over to some of the other still lingering students, leaving him to stare. Izuku was confused. Had he done something wrong? "Hello, All Might. It is so nice of you to visit me here in this treacherous place. Have you been well?" All for One spoke. Toshinori scowled. He was not here to chit-chat with the villain. Not up to chatting? What a shame, All for One smirked. "But I must say, that successor of yours is quite the character. He dove in to save his classmate just like you would dove to save any ordinary citizen. Perhaps he might lose his stomach protecting someone as well?" Toshinori's scowl deepened. He would not let All for One get to him. He had no power here and Toshinori wouldn't let him have any. He called that Bakugo boy the main character. Funny. Many others would see him as the main character. Although, to me, he most likely is the final boss. Toshinori froze. "You will not get out of here. You should know that." He would not let this monster do anything to Izuku, whether his body allowed it or not. "We'll see. If I recall correctly, it was Black Whip, was it not?" All for One smirked. "Oh, I was correct, wasn't I? That expression of yours confirms it. The owner of that quirk was oh so proud of his powers. What good did that do to him, I wonder?" His fate was quite similar to Nana's dash. "Don't say that name," Toshinori gritted. All for One's smirk just grew. "Well, anyway, facing against all of the powers of those who I've fought before would be fitting for a final battle. I can already see it now. Your successor on the ground, using what little power he has left to kill me, only to miss and fall into despair. Then I would finally take back what's mine and all of the quirks of those who stole it from me. Stop running your mouth. I am not here to listen to your delusions." "Where is Shigaraki?" Toshinori said. "I don't know. My successor is free to do what he wants. I think he's ready to fly on his own." "You're talking about final battles, and yet you have a successor?" Toshinori couldn't hide the confusion in his voice. The man sounded so confident in himself, and yet he had entrusted his empire to a child. Was it really all to spite Toshinori? Please. Every evil mastermind has a backup plan or two. You just have to wait and see. Not like you can do anything with that body of yours. You will not win, Toshinori said. He knew it didn't sound convincing, but it wasn't meant for the man behind the glass. Anyway, I will make sure of it. Toshinori turned and exited the meeting room cell. He had no interest in spending time with that man any longer. You're not in trouble, Shota sighed. This is about your quirk. My quirk? Midoriya fidgeted in his seat across from him. The kid looked nervous for some reason. Shota just said that he wasn't in trouble. You've had 3 different quirk mutations in a time span of a couple months. 4. What? I noticed a 4th one this morning. Shota pinched his nose. You noticed that you had developed another aspect of your quirk this morning and you didn't tell me. I'm sorry. I didn't think you needed to know. His student flailed his arms. You could have told me and the school could have postponed your exam. But then I wouldn't have gotten my provisional hero license. Midoriya panicked. You could have tried again later. You would have had time to explore and adjust to the new mutation, Shota sighed. He knew that all of the kids couldn't wait to be heroes, but his student's health came first. Midoriya's head was lowered. He wrung his hands together in his lap. Quirk mutations usually happen under large amounts of stress. I understand that your class and you have had a much more stressful first year than most, but it is still unusual. You know that you can talk about anything with me or our school counselor Hounddog, right? Shota gave a gentle squeeze to his student's knee. I know. I promise it's nothing bad. Midoriya gave him a smile. Another strange thing is the variety between your mutations. Usually mutations are extensions of your base quirk. Shota hummed. Guess superpower is more diverse than we thought. Midoriya said. He sounded like he knew something that Shota didn't. The fact that the kid didn't go on a muttering storm about his quirk was also unusual. Shota was missing something, but the kid deserved rest after the exam, so Shota decided to let him go. Go and rest. Remember that you can always come talk to us. Of course. Thank you, Sensei. Midoriya looked relieved to leave. Hopefully the kid actually takes up the offer. After his talk with Aizawa, Kaken told Izuku to meet him later. Izuku just agreed and without thinking about it crashed on his bed. He had developed a light headache after the exam and was happy to just rest. It was only later when he was trailing after Kaken that he started to question it. Where are we going? Kaken grunted but didn't answer him. They continued to walk until they arrived at Ground Beta. Kaken stopped in front of one of the buildings and Izuku realized it was the same type of building where their first hero class had taken place. This is where we had our first battle. It makes me sick to think that I lost. But it's true. Kaken turned to look at him, still missing his scowl. But it wasn't gone for long as Kaken charged at him and screamed, "Fight me!" Izuku reacted on instinct, wrapping the black tendrils around Kaken, making the blonde struggle in his grasp. Kaken would have been able to escape, but the boy just slumped in defeat. His familiar scowl slowly dropped as he hung his head. Kaken's hair fell over his eyes and he grunted before speaking up. That villain boss BSRD at Kamino said that you were All Might's successor, Kaken said with a strangled voice. He was talking about your quirk, right? I don't know why or how you would have All Might's quirk or even if it is that, but you said you got it from somewhere else. Noticed by All Might and that major villain. Getting power after power. Kaken let out a frustrated sigh. You were always supposed to be this extra from my past that got maybe mentioned once or twice, but now suddenly you're here next to me like some effing your rival. When I was sitting on my butt, you swooped in. All Might was in trouble and I did nothing. But you stood up to that villain like he couldn't kill you. Then you went and got the license before me. I was yelling at those FNG extras, yet you went out there to save them like some real pro. You've always done that. Even when you were weak, you always tried to save someone in trouble and FNG smiled. Just like All Might, Kaken's eyes were brimming with tears. But all I've ever done is beat Sheet up. I beat you up. I yelled at you and hurt you like some FNG villain. And for what? Because I was better than you? Kaken let out a teary chuckle. Maybe I deserve you looking down on me. Izuku stepped closer, unsure of what to say. I've never looked down on you, he started. You have always been there in my life and I think you're amazing. Your way of facing any challenge head on and winning, I've always admired that. I want to be just like that. Beat any obstacle that comes in my way. Izuku took another step and smiled. You've been my image of victory this whole time. I could never look down on you. Idiot, Kaken grumbled. How can you say that after what I dash? Midoriya, put Bakuga down. Izuku and Kaken turned to look at glaring Aizawa. In my office now. Shota couldn't believe this. 2 of his students were outside past curfew and they were seemingly fighting. Midoriya, could you explain why you were using your quirk on Bakugu? Shota glared. I asked the stupid nerd to fight. Bakugu said, Deku used his quirk to stop me. Kaken. No. Let Aizawa do his FING job. At least he does it, Bakugu grumbled. That made Shota raise his brows. What do you mean? The fuckers at Aldra dash. Nothing. Midoriya cut Bakugu short. Bakugu only snarled, but didn't say anything else. Aldra. That was the middle school Midoriya and Bakugu were from. Did the teachers not do their job? That would explain Bakugu's abrasive behavior. But then, why did Midoriya not want Bakugu to tell about it? Shota sighed. Since you were behind this Bakugu, you will get dorm cleaning duty. It means you won't be coming to class tomorrow. And Midoriya, you will be cleaning the class tomorrow since you were still outside after curfew. Additionally, you both will revise the school rules with your class president. His students nodded and got up from their seats. Midoriya apologized for his actions before hurrying out of the office. Bakugu was on his heel, but Shota stopped him. Bakugu, what were you going to say? Izuku had almost forgotten the new quirk that he had manifested that morning due to his talk with Kaken. He remembered when he found himself in the familiar black void and in front of him stood a man with short white hair and 2 black scars traveling down his face. The man looked irritated before his attention turned to Izuku. Ah, hello Izuku. It is nice to meet you, the man smiled at him. You can call me Hikage. Hello. It's nice to meet you too. Izuku chirped. He hoped that his tiredness from the day wasn't too evident. He was excited to meet Hikage after all. I hope my quirk wasn't too much trouble. Oh, it, bothered me a little, but I'm fine. Izuku gave a sheepish smile. He didn't want the vestige to think that his quirk was annoying. It honestly helped me too. I am happy to hear that, but that does not mean you would have had to deal with it in the first place. Hikage's smile dropped as he turned to the 3 other vestiges in the void. Izuku hadn't even noticed them, 2 enwrapped in meeting a new vestige. That same irritation on Hikage's face from before was back. Do you 3 care to explain yourselves? Hikage glared and crossed his arms. You all caused Izuku to develop multiple quirks even if he was not ready. You were too pushy about meeting Izuku. Nana. You got careless telling about quirks once you thought Izuku was doing well with training. And you Daigoro, Hikage's glare sharpened. You got carried away and told him about me right before a big important test. The 3 vestiges all looked ashamed. It was not their fault. Izuku butted in. I thought it was fine for me to learn about you guys and I have been doing really well training. Hikage turned to him, irritation turning into a look of concern. You have done great Izuku, but that doesn't mean that as adults we shouldn't make sure that you have enough time to learn and adjust to new quirks. Hikage's frown turned into a smile. You don't have to be worried about the others. They are pro-heroes. I am sure that they can handle a little scolding. Hikage ruffled his hair and turned to the others. 3rd isn't ready to meet Izuku yet. Don't mention anything about them. Of course. Got it. The vestiges said. We can talk about your quirk training later. Hikage leaned closer and whispered, Now, go and make those heroes feel better. Izuku nodded and made his way to the vestiges. He was enveloped in hugs and sorries as the vestiges surrounded him. Izuku assured them he was fine, but he couldn't help but appreciate the care and love he was receiving. He stood there in their embrace until he couldn't resist sleep any longer. Izuku slumped in his seat. The class had just gotten back from the entrance ceremony. There was chatter and murmurs about their new semester, but Izuku couldn't participate in any of it. He had tried to pay attention to the principal's speech, but his thoughts kept going back to the day before. The thrill of the exam, worry and annoyance about his quirk and the stuff with Kaken. Izuku wondered if Toshinori got his text message about talking to Kaken. Izuku hadn't really had the time to speak more with him since Aizawa found them, but there were things that Kaken should probably know. Do you have something to share with the class, Ishido? Izuku was brought out of his thoughts by his teacher's voice. Well, Ishido rubbed her neck. The principal mentioned something about internships? I was curious about that as well. Yaoyorozu raised her hand. Internships? What internships? Izuku hadn't paid attention. He slapped his cheeks and told himself to focus. He couldn't fall behind. Izuku had gotten his provisional license and this was his chance to use it. These internships are different from the ones you had earlier this year. Rather than being recruited, you have to reach out to agencies yourselves, Aizawa explained. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but these internships will happen later in the semester, so focus on your studying for now. Aizawa talked a little bit more about their new semester before letting Present Mike start their English lesson. Izuku dug out his notebook and started to take notes. He smiled to himself. It was time to learn to be a hero. How was your day, Izuku? Hikage asked. I hope danger sense didn't cause you too many issues. Oh, it didn't bother me today. I think it only activated once in class when Kaminari accidentally threw a paper ball at me. Izuku rubbed his neck. I'm not sure though. It felt really faint, so it could have been my imagination. Hikage hummed. How much did Daigoro tell you about my quirk? That I can sense danger and the general direction it's coming from, though I guess I also felt it activate when other students were looking at us before the license exam, Izuku murmured. He hadn't yet thought about how the quirk worked and had just accepted Daigoro's explanation of it. I guess I never did explain it properly to him, Hikage mused. At its base that is what my quirk does, but there is more to it than that. First, the danger must happen to you. A building falling down in another city doesn't activate it since it poses no danger to you. Same way, you cannot sense danger that is targeting someone else. Second, it senses people's intent to hurt you. I kept away from them, so I don't know how strong that intent must be for it to activate. This would explain why the explosion in the exam didn't activate danger sense. Although, it had activated when the wall had almost fallen on top of one of the actors. Would it have hurt him somehow as well? Would it have been physical damage from the rubble or could it have caused something else dangerous to happen? That is interesting. Izuku slapped his mouth shut when he realized he'd been mumbling. No need to be embarrassed, Izuku. I never studied my quirk, but maybe you can learn more things about it. Hikage smiled at him. There is one more thing. Hikage's smile turned into a frown. Danger sense was a passive quirk. I am not sure if you can turn it off like you do with your other quirks. Oh, Izuku said. As well as the license exam had gone, Izuku had still been distracted at parts. The headache afterwards had not been nice either. I know it can be difficult to adjust, but that is why I wanted to talk to you. Hikage sat down and gestured for Izuku to do the same. I often meditated to reduce the negative effects of my quirk. I can help you get started. Izuku sat down and let Hikage advise him on meditation. They only managed to start before Izuku yawned. Hikage chuckled and wished him good night. Izuku was glad to take the offer and wished Hikage good night as well, letting his mind go and guide him to sleep. The class had questioned it when Bakugo didn't show up to class the first day. Aizawa had just said something about a punishment. Midoriya, who stayed after classes also because of a punishment, didn't elaborate on it either. Kyoka had figured it wasn't her deal and decided to leave it that. She, like the rest of them, just took a break from the explosive blonde. But when the second day came and the said blonde showed up, he was quiet. He didn't yell at any of them, mostly just gritted his teeth and shot angry glances. His friends kept up their lively atmosphere, but between their chatter they shot each other worried glances. Even Kirishima complimenting Bakugo's moves at hero class didn't get his cocky attitude to show. Kyoka almost wanted to know what was going on. She may have not favored Bakugo's normal attitude, but she knew what it felt like to be quiet and not express yourself. Bakugo might have been annoying, too loud sometimes and egoistic, but at least he wasn't afraid to be those things. Not knowing what to do to help was frustrating, but it really wasn't her business, was it? But the glances between Bakugo's friends, Midoriya's worried looks and Aizawa keeping an eye on both of them was driving Kyoka insane. Maybe there was something she could do? Hello. First turned and waved at Izuku. Hello. Izuku waved back, surprise clear on his face. Izuku had expected to find Hikage or at least one of the other vestiges instead. He hadn't seen First since the sport festival and had not really thought about him after Nana showed up. It is nice to see you again, Izuku. You can call me Yoichi, First, or Yoichi smiled at him. You're my uncle, Izuku said, his mind racing back to the second time they had met. Yes. It is nice to have a nephew like you, Yoichi's voice lowered, even if it's because of him. Was there something you wanted to talk to me about? Izuku asked. He wasn't too excited to talk about his father. Not like his father cared anyway. I was talking with the others and we thought you should focus your training on one for all for now. You are still only at 5% and Hikage thought that training only one quirk alongside Danger Sense would be easier for you. The others agreed. I guess that makes sense, Izuku muttered. He really hadn't tried to advance his skill over one for all. Still, 5% sounded so small and Izuku felt slightly disappointed. His whole journey had started with figuring out how to control one for all, but the last time he did anything significant was in Hosu. You don't need to rush the training. Gaining more control over one for all is good, but it is a very strong quirk. There's so much power stored up. It makes sense for you to only wield a fraction of it, Yoichi assured, making Izuku feel a little better. I may have not had one for all long myself, but I've been with it the longest and seen this power used time and time again, Yoichi continued. We all decided that I would be the one to help with your training. I'll do my best, Izuku said. He was excited to train with one for all. His very first, third quirk. The one he had gotten as a proof for his ability to be a hero. In addition, he would get to know his uncle as well. Izuku couldn't wait. Midoriya. You're not in trouble, Shota sighed. Midoriya and him were once again sitting in his office. Yeah, Midoriya said. He still sounded nervous, but visibly relaxed after the confirmation. Bakugo told me about Aldra. Midoriya's shoulders immediately stiffened. He told me that a student, you, faced bullying and quirk discrimination, which he was a part of. In addition, the teachers were neglectful towards both of you and possibly multiple other students. Midoriya squirmed in his seat. Rest assured, Aldra will not get away with this. But what I really wanted to ask was, why didn't you mention anything about this? Bakugo's negative demeanor towards you could have been addressed sooner. Aye, Midoriya stuttered. I didn't want to compromise Kaken's chances to become a hero. So that is what this is about. It seemed that Midoriya's self-sacrificial tendencies extended beyond just physical injuries. Bakugo has shown willingness to change and take responsibility for his actions. It would be illogical to expel him now. However, he will not go unpunished. Bakugo has been signed up for anger management classes as well as general therapy. Additionally, he will be compiling multiple written works about quirk discrimination and its harmful effects. Bakugo has also been chosen as UA's representative for our new anti-bullying campaign and will go to local elementary schools to talk against bullying. Midoriya stared, mouth agape, at Shota. Shota just stared back, seeing if Midoriya had anything to say. When no words left the kid's mouth, Shota continued, I cannot make therapy mandatory for you since you have done nothing wrong, but I did sign you to one session with Hound Dog. Shota put a hand on Midoriya's shoulder. At least give it a chance. It might be good for you. Midoriya looked at him before nodding. Okay. Shota squeezed his student's shoulder before letting go and leaned back on his chair. There was more that he still needed to talk about, but at least Midoriya hadn't turned down the opportunity to get help. One thing Bakugo didn't tell me about was the type of quirk discrimination you were facing. So I checked your school file and quirk registration records. The nervousness on his student's face was back in full force. A quirk had been registered a few weeks before the entrance exam. Before that you were registered as quirkless. I was a late bloomer, Midoriya murmured. I can believe that, Shota assured. Your quirk is strange, but unprecedented quirk cases have happened before. But there is something that you know about it that you haven't told me. Why is that? I can't, Midoriya mumbled. Why? Because... Midoriya mulled over his words before giving Shota an unsure smile. It's confidential? Your quirk is confidential? Shota gave Midoriya an unconvinced look. Yes. And it would be dangerous for you to know about it, so I can't tell you. Midoriya was looking at Shota, clearly hoping that his reasoning had worked. Right? And how many people know about it? Shota wouldn't let the kid get away that easily. Shota knew that a lot of hero work consisted of confidential secrets, but why would his student be involved in any of that? And something to do with his strange quirk no less. In UA, the principal, recovery girl, one teacher and one student, the kid's smile was strained, and some other people outside of school. Putting the one student aside, is the teacher you're talking about All Might? Midoriya turned his head away, the answer clear just with the movement. The kid really couldn't pretend that it wasn't him, though neither could Yagi hide his clear favoritism. But why was All Might told and not Shota, Midoriya's homeroom teacher? Hey Aizawa, I was wondering if you had the time to look at these papers. Yagi had barreled into his office, without knocking, and was now glancing between nervous Midoriya and Shota. Is this a bad time? Yagi, why is Midoriya's quirk confidential and dangerous? Shota glared. Yagi spluttered, blood escaping his lips before he could calm himself down. He looked at Midoriya, who looked ashamed. That is not something that I can tell you about, Aizawa. As is, young Midoriya probably told you, this knowledge is quite dangerous, Yagi said. And why, as his homeroom teacher, was I not informed? Shota pressed on. It's best that as few people as possible know about it. Yagi's voice was stern, but Aizawa wouldn't be so easily deterred. I can understand that. But wouldn't it be logical to tell his homeroom teacher, who can offer him the help when he needs it? You're not going to give up, are you? Yagi sighed and looked at him. No. My student is involved in something dangerous. I want to at least know why, Shota said. Shota looked at Midoriya, who was wringing his hands. He wouldn't press the kid about it, but Nezu and Yagi were different cases. I know Nezu trusts you and your judgment, Yagi relented. I must stress, however, that this is a secret that can put you in danger and must be kept hidden from the general public. I understand. Very well then, Yagi took one of the empty seats in Shota's office. Let me tell you about One for All. Hey, Shota looked up to see Bakugu standing at the classroom door. I heard you and the nerd discuss extra training. I want in. That training is private for Midoriya, Shota said. The truth about his student's quirk had been surprising to say the least. Not only was it a quirk that could be transferred, it came with additional quirks on top of it. Because of this, Shota had decided that the couple extra lessons should become weekly lessons. Training with multiple quirks at the same time could be quite straining, and Shota wanted to make sure his student could handle it. If it's about his quirk, I know about it. All Might said you know too. You need a sparring partner for him, right? Just make it extra credit for me or something, Bakugu mumbled. So this was the one student who Midoriya had mentioned. Of course it was Bakugu. I can let you participate, Shota made sure to look Bakugu in the eyes, but you shouldn't push yourself. You still have your punishments and the remedial lessons for the provisional license. Bakugu looked dissatisfied, but didn't voice it out loud. Fine, he gritted. Good. I'll tell you if and when your help is required. Shota rearranged some of his papers and stood up. He made his way over to the door where Bakugu stepped aside to let him through. Shota watched his student leave before turning to head towards the teacher's lounge himself. Are you all right, Izuku? Hikage asked. You seem to be not able to focus. Sorry. It's just my talk with Aizawa. Izuku rested his elbows on his knees. We can talk about it. Hikage patted Izuku's shoulder. Well, he knows about you guys now. Kaken too. I know there are others who know about One for All as well, but I feel like now I can talk about it more. Not like I couldn't talk about it with you guys. They're just alive. Yeah. I guess it doesn't feel like a secret that I have to keep from everybody anymore. Izuku focused on the hem of his pants. Of course I will still keep it a secret, he quickly added. Don't worry, Izuku. You should know how important the secret of One for All is, and I trust you to guard it well, Hikage smiled. There seems to be still more on your mind. I guess, Kaken getting punished is nice. Not that I like bad things happening to him, but he rarely if ever got punished in middle school. Izuku stopped to examine his shoelaces. Hikage, do you think I need therapy? I mean, I know what Kaken did was bad, but I'm not sure if I need it. I don't know, Hikage hummed. I don't know about your history with that Bakugu boy. Though on your first day of school, He didn't leave a good impression. He rarely does. Hikage chuckled. I would say that it is up to you to decide whether you need help. You can try and see whether you need it. Okay. Izuku turned to Hikage and gave him a smile. Are you ready to continue meditating now? Hikage smiled back. Yeah. Izuku was doing warm-ups in the gym as Toshinori and Aizawa were discussing what Izuku was going to do today. He was just about done when Aizawa walked up to him. Midoriya, you said that you wanted to train with only one for all today, right? Yes. Yoichi, that's the first holder, said that it would be for the best, Izuku said while flexing his fingers. It is still weird to think that you have ghosts in your head, Aizawa muttered. Since you can gauge the percentage of your power, you will be raising the percentage limit until you feel like you can't raise it anymore. You ready? Yes. Izuku shook his body once before taking a deep breath and activating one for all. The power coursed through his body, familiar and warm. Izuku took another breath and raised it from 5% to 6%. The change was barely noticeable and Izuku raised it again to 7%. Izuku tested the percentage by swaying side to side and not noticing any problems raised it to 8%. 8% was already more distinct than 6% had been. His skin was tingling with his power and it caused Izuku to smile. He raised it to 9% and the sensation got stronger. Izuku felt like he could burst with energy and felt eager to move. He swayed again, his movement more rapid than before. He shifted the weight on his legs faster and faster. Feeling good, he decided to raise the percentage to 10. Izuku dropped one for all. You okay, kid? Aizawa was checking him over injuries. Toshinori had moved closer to Izuku, eyeing if he was alright. I'm alright. It didn't actually hurt that much. Danger sense just activated at the same time. 10% must have been too much. Izuku rubbed his neck, smiling at his two teachers. So 9% is your limit? Aizawa asked. Yes. But now that we know your current limit, you'll be running an obstacle course. First at 5% and then at 9% to familiarize you with your new power. There's a standard obstacle course you would find in any middle school. It shouldn't pose any problem for you. Aizawa's eyes drifted over to Toshinori, who rubbed his neck. Even I went through it for my own training. Toshinori sheepishly smiled. Your training? Izuku asked. Now that I can focus on my teacher duties full-time, I have to take care of my own health. I need to set a good example for you kids. Toshinori offered a huge grin. Now come along. Toshinori and Aizawa guided Izuku to Gym Gamma, where the obstacle course was. It truly was basic in design. It had a net you had to crawl under, a wall that you climbed over with a rope, some poles to zigzag through, poles to duck under and jump over, and at last a pole to balance on before the finish line. Like Aizawa said, it wasn't hard for Izuku to run through it. It was nothing compared to their hero training, but Izuku supposed it was a good way of testing his new power limit. Izuku almost tripped on the net when he started running with 9%, not expecting to go so fast. Besides his speed, he also felt more stronger, the short climbing wall being no match for one for all. The rest of the course went by in a similar manner. Even after a whole school day and the 2 runs of the obstacle course, Izuku was full of energy. He completed the course a couple more times to better his time until both of his teachers ushered him back to the dorms. That night Izuku slept well. Wait. Izuku stared at Yoichi. There's manga with quirkless heroes? Yeah, Yoichi nodded. Superhero series often had people with superpowers, but there were exceptions. Other media also had people with powers, but many main characters didn't have them. Are they rare? I have never seen a quirkless person be a main character. Izuku dragged his hands across his face. You're telling me I could have been a quirkless hero all this time if I just knew how to build inventions? Well, Yoichi tilted his head. Iron Man and Batman were both rich? My father is probably super rich, being the #1 villain. Izuku continued his rant. Yoichi gave Izuku a disbelieving look. I doubt my brother would have funded your hero career, he deadpanned. Izuku just shrugged. Still, I could have become a hero by just being good at fighting. My teacher fights quirkless. Hakigure has the advantage of invisibility, but she fights mostly without using her special move and basically with the same moves that I could do. Heck, I even beat the obstacle course in the sports festival with just good strategy. Wow, Yoichi said, I have never felt more appreciated by any other vestige for not having a usable quirk. Izuku stopped his internal ranting about the Hero Society's failure to help quirkless people to look at Yoichi. You're welcome, Izuku said. Yoichi looked at him intensely. You'll be a great hero, Izuku. Izuku just looked at the vestige before nodding. The vestige nodded back without breaking eye contact. So, what manga from the past did you want to hear about next? Yoichi asked, changing his stare into a smile. Izuku shook himself out of his rant mood and positioned himself across Yoichi. Oh, tell me more about that kid whose parents sold him to a demon, he chirped. Okay, class. Midnight clapped her hands to gain the class attention. Today you will be drawing one of your classmates' quirk in action. Though this is simple sketch practice, I would like to see all of you try to experiment with style or the general subject matter. You can see your partner on the screen. Izuku searched for his name, but was interrupted by a tap on his shoulder. Seems we're partnered for this exercise, Mon Ami. Aoyama smiled at him. If you've found your partner, let's move into one of the gyms. You'll have more space to showcase your quirks there, Midnight said, starting to lead first of the students out of the classroom. Izuku and Aoyama moved out as well, falling into step with each other. What do you think of this exercise, Midoriya? Aoyama asked. Oh, it's nice, I guess, Izuku mused. Since I've always loved analyzing quirks, I sometimes needed or wanted to draw them as well. Drawing them in action isn't going to be a problem, but I don't know how I would experiment with style. I never really considered my sketches artistic. What about you? It's a way to express the beauty of our quirks. This is the right exercise for me, Aoyama sparkled. Do you draw a lot? Oui. It's one of my favorite hobbies. Aoyama chirped as they made their way into the gym. Do you know what part of my quirk you'd like to draw? Oh, I have an idea, Mon Ami, Aoyama said and dragged Izuku to an empty corner in the gym. He positioned Izuku before moving back to observe and then guided Izuku to take different poses. Izuku almost asked what about the quirk, but Aoyama beat him to it and ordered him to use multiple quirks at once in different ways. Izuku wasn't sure what Aoyama was planning, but it seemed to make the boy happy. Once he was satisfied, Aoyama took out his art supplies from his bag and started to draw. The boy looked concentrated, his eyes scanning Izuku and his surroundings. Are you aware that you have a secret admirer? Aoyama suddenly asked with a smirk. Not you too, Izuku grumbled. He wouldn't need another teaser in his life. So there are others? Aoyama's smirk grew. Never mind, Izuku turned his head away, but turned it back when Aoyama yelled at him for breaking the pose. They stayed silent for a while before Aoyama spoke up again. I would let her down easy, he said, changing a green pen for a purple one. What? I love romance and two people coming together, but, Aoyama looked him in the eyes, I wouldn't play with a lady's feelings for my own amusement. Izuku didn't know where this was all coming from. He was sure this was about Uraraka, but did she really like him? Nana seemed to think so and maybe even Aoyama. Izuku hadn't really thought about romance. He had been so busy with hero studies and making new friends that it didn't cross his mind. It wasn't an option for him before, considering that any girl at his old school would have probably called him a creep if he tried to befriend them. But even then he wasn't really interested in them that way. He also didn't think about his current female classmates like that. They looked good, but that was about it. Even Midnight Sensei was Midnight Sensei. She was a hero. Heroes were heroes to him, even the ones that used looks and SEC appeal for branding purposes. It would be embarrassing to talk to Uraraka if she actually didn't have feelings towards him, but maybe it would be cruel to play with her feelings, like Aoyama said. She was his friend and he didn't want to hurt her however unintentional it was. Done, Aoyama announced, seemingly having finished his work in the midst of Izuku's inner rambling. Izuku deactivated his quirks and wandered over to check on Aoyama's work. It was better than Izuku had expected. It was him surrounded by smokescreens, smoke, black tendrils rising from behind him menacingly while green lighting danced on his skin and fizzled into the purple smoke. This is amazing, Aoyama, Izuku said. How did you get the colors to blend so well with each other? It's my special talent. Aoyama puffed up his chest. I can show you my talents anytime you want. Izuku was excited by the offer until Midnight yelled that they had 15 minutes left. Well, Izuku had to draw some of the heroes' quirks in too, so this was just extra time. He ushered Aoyama off the floor and started spouting ideas, to which Aoyama offered his own commentary. They both got pretty good feedback on that exercise. Aoyama more so, of course. Izuku dodged as another explosion came his way. He got up from a roll and charged, going for a punch before jumping and landing a kick. Kaken guarded it with his hands, but ended up falling to the floor. He quickly got back up and fired off an explosion, causing Izuku to retreat. Despite Kaken's odd behavior after their confrontation, he still fought like usual. When they were in combat scenarios, you almost couldn't tell that something was bothering Kaken. His usual demeanor was back, but after training he would seem even more withdrawn. Izuku dodged the next explosion and once again charged. This time actually going for a punch, but getting blocked and kicked in the side. Izuku hadn't figured out how to address Kaken's behavior. He did try to be nice and friendly, but actually talking to him had been a little unsuccessful. Izuku was brought out of his thoughts by danger sense. He rolled out of the way of another kick. Izuku got off the floor and went on the offensive, punching over and over again. Kaken had to retreat again, but made it up by firing multiple small explosions. They weren't too hard to dodge, but they were accurate enough to make danger sense go off. Izuku was twisting around in the sea of explosions when danger sense alerted him of something behind his back. He twisted away expecting another explosion only to find Kaken and barely avoided the kick sent his way. Okay, that's enough, Aizawa drawled. Let's stop for tonight. Go change and get back to the dorms. Izuku relaxed his shoulders and walked over to the bench where his water bottle was, Kaken trailing after him. Well done, Deku. I'm Midoriya. Tashinori smiled. You've both trained excellently with your quirks. Thanks. Izuku bid goodbye to both of his teachers and made his way to the locker room. Kaken walked a little bit behind him. You were great today, Izuku started. Kaken only grunted in response. You know, what you're doing for those elementary kids is nice. Whatever, Kaken mumbled. What you're doing for me is nice, Izuku said while examining his hands. When he heard no response, he turned around to see that Kaken had stopped. Are you all right? I'm fine, just don't worry about me, okay? Kaken averted his gaze. Izuku examined him before turning and continuing his way to the locker room. You know I can't do that, he hummed. You should, Kaken shot back. I'll try, Izuku smiled. So, a radioactive spider bit him and he gained a spider mutation? Izuku asked. Well, he got stronger, his eyesight improved and he could stick to walls, Yoichi listed, but he had to make the webbing artificially. Animalistic mutations can enhance the strength of the quirk user and people with them don't always express all the traits of the animal the mutation takes after. For example, Azui seems to portray traits of multiple frogs, but Tokoyami only has a bird head. His origins are similar to some of the quirk origin theories, Izuku babbled. Some scientists speculated that quirks were caused by external DNA. The first quirk holder was even accused of being a genetically altered baby who had been altered with DNA that caused bioluminescence. Similar experiments had been done with mice and squids before. This theory was disproved, of course, but many early quirk scientists still believed that quirks originated from animals and mutation quirks were strong evidence for this. Others believed quirks to be a result of viruses. A part of the human reproductive system is actually from a virus and it is essential for it to function. Scientists think that another virus might have also gotten to be a part of our genetic code and then mutated over time to present as a quirk. I never thought about that when reading Spider-Man. You know quite a lot about quirks, Izuku, Yoichi leaned back. Yeah. I've always been interested in quirks and went out of my way to study them. I read so many books and articles on the internet, I analyzed them and Izuku faltered a little, and my father told me a lot about them too. He did like to talk about quirks, Yoichi scoffed, but the way you talk about them, Izuku, is amazing. Yeah, Izuku gave a weak smile. The way his father had talked about them was amazing too. The class wandered to the gym, chattering about their day. The chatters turned into murmurs as more and more students noticed the three other people in the gym. Izuku had a vague feeling that he had seen at least one of them before. They looked older, probably upperclassmen. "Class," Aizawa said as he stepped in the gym, "meet UA's big three." The class murmurs intensified, some recognizing the name, some even claiming to have seen one of them. Izuku had heard of them as well from Todoroki, who'd heard it from Ishido. He also remembered seeing them in the last year's sports festival, but none of them made it to one-on-ones. So these were the big three. The internships we discussed earlier are nearing. Due to the uncertainty of villains' actions, we teachers decided to test both of the hero classes. These three are at the top of UA and their skills rival that of pros. You're going to fight them. The experience will help you decide whether you feel that you're ready for field experience or that you need more time to train. Bakugo, Todoroki, you can participate if you feel it would be beneficial for you. I haven't obtained my license yet. Todoroki shook his head. I know I need more training, so I will be watching and observing my classmates. Yeah, that, Kaken grumbled. Alright. You'll be sorted into 3 random groups of 6. We'll draw lots using colored sticks, Aizawa said. He picked up a box from one of the benches and waited for the students to form a line. Izuku stepped up to get his own stick. Yellow, who was yellow? Izuku's eyes landed on a blonde boy. The boy smiled and waved at him. Izuku waved hurriedly back, causing the boy to laugh. Izuku lowered his head embarrassed and wandered away when the boy started to discuss something with the other big three. Izuku hoped it wasn't something bad about him. The first thing that Nijire did was charge into the air, avoiding a kick from Ida. She aimed an energy wave at him that knocked him down. She turned her wave toward the other students, only to have Uraraka come at her in the air. Azui had seemingly thrown her up. Smart, but Uraraka couldn't block her wave midair and was blown back. Nijire turned around quickly at a whirring sound and was met with a bolt of lightning. She was flown back in the air and almost didn't notice the flock of birds coming at her. Not too bad for first years. But luckily for Nijire, she could constrain the birds in her waves, making it impossible for them to reach her. Next came a giant rope of sticky ball flinging through the air. Nijire dodged it with ease, but didn't expect the hand on her side that made her weightless in an instant. Azui's tongue pulled Uraraka away in an attempt to avoid Nijire's attack. She smiled at the two, "Thanks for saving my energy," before raising both of her hands and blasting all the first years away with one of her special moves. She might have used a bit too much energy if the groaning of the hero students was anything to go by. Well, some of them were getting back up, so it must not have been too bad. Nijire smiled. She was ready for round 2. Why did Tamaki have to fight? He'd been happy when Aizawa had done the introduction, but then came the part where he had to face all these students. Mirio could have probably done this alone, so why was Tamaki here? The first student shot tape at him and tried to tie his hands. Tamaki waited until the student was next to him before turning one of his hands to an oyster shell and knocking him away. The second student tried to hit him with a beam of light, but Tamaki hid behind the shell. Once the light show ended, Tamaki withdrew his shell, only to be met with 2 students. One had a tail and the other one had been eating cookies earlier. Tamaki would have wanted to go home and eat cookies, but alas, he had to fight with enthusiastic hero students. He transformed both of his hands to cow foots, prioritizing the student with a tail and hitting him in the stomach. Tamaki blocked the other student's punch and decked him in the face. A pink dash in his peripheral vision had him transform his other hand into the shell again. The pink turned into white as pain shot through his arm. "Your shell can't do anything against my acid attack," the pink student yelled. She withdrew her other hand that had an acid ball, ready to throw it at Tamaki's face when his shell lowered, but Tamaki aimed at her side with the remaining cow leg. She dodged it only to get hit in the chest with the crumbling shell. Almost immediately after, Tamaki leaned back, avoiding a punch from a red-haired student. He retreated back and drew up his damaged shell. The redhead charged at him again, his punch crumbling the rest of the cell. Tamaki sighed. That was his good hand too. He threw a punch with his other hand and was met with a hardened skin. The redhead grinned and punched Tamaki in the stomach, causing him to stagger back. Tamaki thanked his mother for sending that crab meal yesterday, since it allowed him to create armor plates, protecting him from the hard punch. He transformed the cow foot hand into a big tentacle. It wrapped around the surprised redhead and threw him to a wall. This attack didn't deter the student, however, and neither did it deter the others, who had all gotten back to their feet and were charging at him again. Honestly, why couldn't these students just give up when they knew they were going to lose? Tamaki wanted to go home. Mirio looked at the students in front of him. They all looked determined, a fit look for a hero student. 2 of them were long-range fighters and the other 2 more close-range fighters. Yaoyorozu and Midoriya could both attack from either range, so Mirio should be careful with them. When Aizawa started the fight, Mirio activated his quirk everywhere but his head and legs. Confusion was a great tactic, and he should aim for those that were most affected. He angled himself swiftly, avoiding a kick from Midoriya, and used his quirk to launch himself at Jiro. She was quickly knocked out and accompanied by Tokoyami, who had been standing next to her. That was the 2 long rangers gone. Who should he aim for next? Oh, Yaoyorozu was creating something. Mirio angled himself again and dropped below the earth, soon enough merging out of it again to knock the girl out. A half-formed taser fell to the ground. Mirio grinned. If he hadn't been careful, that really could have gotten him. He eyed the room and spotted Shoji behind Midoriya. Perfect. Mirio charged at Midoriya, who looked confused, and activated his quirk. He appeared behind Shoji and first hit him on the side and then hit him on the head. Mirio's attention turned back to Midoriya, but a kick to his side drew his attention to a floating gym uniform. Almost missed you there. He smiled, activating his quirk and causing Hakigure to stumble. He swiftly knocked the girl out. Little bit more practice and those kicks could knock villains out. Mirio turned back to Midoriya, but his field of vision was quickly blocked by thick smoke. So this was the smoke that was mentioned in Midoriya's file. Mirio couldn't use his earlier tactic, but that didn't leave him helpless. In this kind of situation, people usually attack you from behind. Mirio turned around, ready for an attack, but his legs caught on something and before he could activate his quirk he stumbled and fell down. He caught a glimpse of something black slithering away and then green lightning entered his vision. Midoriya's fist hit the ground under Mirio's chest and Mirio didn't waste any time throwing a punch towards Midoriya. Midoriya rolled away from him, back into the smoke. So they were back to where they started, but now Midoriya's surprise element would be weaker. Mirio could easily have most of his legs be intangible so that he wouldn't trip again. Mirio waited and kept his senses sharp for any possible attacks. What he didn't remember to count for was Midoriya's special attack. Midoriya's foot slipped by his head and went through his shoulder. It was bold to try to attack from above in such a smoke and Mirio was caught by surprise. After the initial shock, he grabbed Midoriya's shoulder and pushed him onto the ground, pinning him. Midoriya struggled in his grip, but gave up when he realized that Mirio didn't have any intention to let him go. Mirio decided to spare Midoriya from knocking him out and helped him up instead. Midoriya predictably went for a surprise punch, which Mirio avoided and didn't manage to dodge the punch to his own face. Mirio laughed at the student holding his cheek. I did expect that since the match wasn't over, but it's still great to see every time someone tries it. Midoriya looked disappointed and Mirio patted him on the back. Come on. You did great. Midoriya nodded and turned away to walk out of the smoke. Mirio joined behind him, only to be knocked to the ground by black tendrils. Midoriya turned around smiling, but it dropped as soon as Mirio started to slip through the floor. It seemed that they weren't finished yet. Izuku was walking to the cafeteria. He hadn't gone with his friends, wanting to finalize some of the details from yesterday's fight in his analysis notebook. All of the Big Three's quirks were so interesting. Izuku was sad that after his fight, the third years had to go back to their own classes and he couldn't ask them any questions. Aizawa said he could always go and ask, but Izuku didn't want to bother them. Besides, he had other worries to take care of. Where would he do his internship? Last time Toshinori handled it for him. All Might was a connection that he could use again, but Toshinori could probably direct him almost anywhere. There was still so much to choose from. In his musings, Izuku forgot to look where he was going and only a very dull sensation alerted him of his surroundings. He walked straight through a person. Literally. Izuku stumbled and turned around to see one of the Big Three laughing. Nice to see you again, Midoriya. Tagada laughed. I'm sorry, Izuku said. No worries, Tagada waved him off. What's up? I was going to the cafeteria. Me too. Mind if I tag along? Tagada smiled. No, Izuku smiled back. They started heading toward the cafeteria. Actually, can I ask about your quirk? Izuku hummed. My quirk? Tagada shot him a curious glance. Yeah. It seems to be some sort of phasing quirk, but I'm not exactly sure how it works. Izuku rubbed his neck. You don't have to answer, of course. Of course I can answer, Tagada assured him. My quirk's name is permeation. It allows me to become intangible and phase through things. But how did you then manage to appear all around the arena? When my quirk activates fully, I fall through the ground, but since matter can't overlap with one another, I get shot up from the ground when I deactivate it. From there I just have to angle my body properly to get shot in the right direction. Wow. Izuku really hoped he had his notebook with him, but Ida always says he should focus on eating while in the cafeteria. I know, right? Tagada grinned. My quirk sounds amazing, but it took me multiple years to bring out its potential. When I fall through the ground, I lose my senses since everything passes through me, including light and air. And if I don't want to fall, I have to keep at least one of my legs tangible. It's a hassle, but I made it my own. Though, I couldn't have done it all without Sir. Sir? Izuku tilted his head. Ah, Sir Night Eye. Sir Night Eye? The all-might sidekick Sir Night Eye. Izuku stared. The one and only, Tagada laughed. I've been internshipping with him since my second year. He's helped me a lot. That's amazing, Tagada. Izuku grinned. The big three truly were amazing. Your internships are coming, right? Tagada grinned. I could introduce you. What? Izuku screamed. I'm sure Sir would like you. Tagada said. I can recommend you the next time I see him. Izuku didn't know what to say. An internship with Sir Night Eye would be a great opportunity. He wasn't the most famous hero, but he was respected enough in his area of expertise, and maybe he could help Izuku train with One for All. If he helped Tagada train with his quirk, why not with Izuku's? Izuku hesitated for a moment longer before nodding. Tagada patted him on the back. It's decided then. I will tell him about you as soon as I can. It's going to be fun. Yeah. Izuku agreed, smiling brightly as the duo continued their way to the cafeteria. Turns out both of his worries could be fixed by talking to Tagada. Who would have known? Aizawa did. Toshinori. Toshinori raised his head as Izuku rushed into the currently empty teacher's lounge. He was going to remind his successor to call him All Might, but his student spoke up first. Tagada said he would introduce me to Sir Night Eye. Izuku's bright smile didn't fall as Toshinori coughed up blood. He took a minute to compose himself before turning to his student. Did you say Night Eye? He hummed. Yeah. Are you sure you want to do an internship? Didn't the vestiges say you needed time training? Toshinori didn't want to quell Izuku's excitement, but he did want his student to think about this. The vestiges didn't apparently want him to rush, and Toshinori didn't really either. Sir Night Eye helped Tagada with his quirk, so he could help me as well. What you and Aizawa-sensei are doing is great, but training my quirk and getting in the field experience at the same time would be great. Of course I won't reveal anything sensitive about One for All. He knows, Toshinori sighed. What? Night Eye knows about One for All. Of course, since he was your sidekick, Izuku muttered to himself, but wouldn't that make it better? Someone who knows about One for All. Gran Torino knew and he helped me advance with it. Perhaps. But I haven't spoken to Night Eye since our falling out, so I don't know what kind of reception you are going to get. Toshinori brought his hands together. He wasn't sure how Night Eye had reacted to the news of Izuku being his successor, and it made him worry. Sasaki wasn't a cruel man, but he could be as stubborn as Toshinori. But I can go, right? His successor asked wearily. Not here to stop you, Toshinori chuckled. You are training to be a hero after all, and it is a good idea to intern with people who know about One for All. Izuku's face brightened. Thanks. I'll do great, I promise. I know you will. Toshinori ruffled his student's hair and smiled. Izuku always did great. Izuku was standing behind the door of Sir Naito's office. He flexed his hands a couple times and took a calming breath. It was going to be fine. Sir Night-Eye was known to be strict, but the way Tagata talked about him revealed a softer side to him. He was probably one of those mentor characters, who were harsh but secretly very caring and kind. Izuku would get that kind of mentor as long as he got the job. He just had to be funny. Izuku had an idea of what to do, but it still took him a moment before he opened the door. Sir Night-Eye was sitting behind his desk, rifling through papers and documents. "Hey sir. This is the first year I told you about," Tagata announced, smiling. Night-Eye lifted his head to eye the two students. When it was apparent that the man wasn't going to say anything, Izuku took it as his cue to make him laugh. "I'm Izuku Midoriya," he said with his best all-might expression that he could muster. When Izuku had been young, he had falsely believed that to be a hero, your face needed to be similar to a manga character's face like All Might's. Izuku had spent countless hours in front of a mirror practicing. He did realize how stupid it sounded later, but at that point he was already so good that he just kept going. Izuku even practiced some other heroes' faces, but none of them was as good as his All Might impression. Todoroki had once asked to see an impression of Aizawa, and the way he chuckled uncontrollably at it made Izuku feel both insulted and delighted. Some of the other students had also called his All Might impression funny, so it was his go-to. Night-Eye leveled a glare at him and Izuku started to think that an impression might not have been the best idea. "Mirio, leave at once," the man said, not taking his eyes off Izuku. Tagata looked between them with concern before obeying Night-Eye's orders. Night-Eye spoke up when the door shut behind Tagata. "What do you gain by making that face?" "What?" Izuku wasn't quite sure how things had gotten to this point. Was his impression that bad? "You're imitating him," Night-Eye said with slight annoyance in his voice. "You may have his power, but you're not him. You're never going to be him. It seems you don't have anything to offer other than a mere imitation." Izuku didn't know what to say as the man stood up from behind his desk. "There is talk of Mirio being the next number one. The next All Might. But unlike you, Mirio has his own distinct humor and fighting skill. As I thought, he should have been the next holder of One for All." Tagata? The next holder? So there were others beside him? Did Tagata know? Was this what Tashinori was talking about? Izuku's head was full of so many questions. He watched as the man retrieved a stamp from one of the desk drawers. "As a courtesy to All Might and his choice of you as a successor, I'm giving you a chance. You have 3 minutes to get the stamp, and if you do, I'll allow you to work in my agency. You're allowed to damage the room and I won't move from this spot. Understood?" Izuku nodded. He brought his left hand behind him, feeling the familiar tendrils around his wrist. Izuku didn't want to activate smokescreen, because it could be a while before it would fade out from the office, but without it he would need to keep Night-Eye's attention away from his plan. Izuku put on his best All Might face. Night-Eye's eye twitched and he sighed in irritation. "What are you making that face again for? Do you think you can use his smile and not your own?" The man continued to glare at Izuku when he stepped closer, not dropping the impression on his face. "Do you know what Tashinori said to me when he gave me One for All?" Izuku asked. "Tashinori?" Night-Eye said, taken aback, but Izuku didn't let the man wallow in his surprise for long. "Eat this." Izuku stepped closer and shot out the black tendrils towards Night-Eye's legs. As the man dodged, he used tendrils from his right hand to wrap around the man. He pulled Night-Eye quickly toward himself and snatched the stamp with his left hand. Night-Eye looked at him in shock and confusion, trying to pull himself free from the constraints, but Izuku only tightened his grip. "What is this?" The man gritted through his teeth. "One of the quirks from a previous One for All holder," Izuku smiled. He didn't know if he should have since Night-Eye looked already angry at him, but that was what a hero did, right? "It's called Black Whip." Night-Eye glared at Izuku for a moment longer before sighing. "It seems I underestimated you. I didn't even use my quirk on you." Izuku let the man down on the floor. "All Might never had other quirks, though I did hear about the vestiges. I presume that is what this is about." "Yes," Izuku said. Night-Eye nodded and made his way back to the desk. I promised you a place of work here if you met my conditions. Night Eye extended his hands and Izuku dug for the employment paper in his bag, giving it to Night Eye once he found it. Night Eye looked at Izuku and said, "The stamp," and Izuku realized he was still holding it in his left hand. He stepped closer to the desk and stamped the paper. Izuku left that office with a smile and got quickly into a conversation with Tagada, who had been waiting for him. Tagada enveloped Izuku in a shoulder hug and congratulated him once he heard the good news. As they continued their way back to the train station, chattering about being co-workers and what they would do when Izuku started his work there, a little doubt developed in Izuku's chest. After the train ride back to UA, Toshinori asked Izuku to meet him in a faraway corner of the campus for lunch. Izuku followed his mentor and wondered what kind of bentos Toshinori had brought for them. Izuku was ready to snatch something quick from the dorms, but he gladly accepted a proper meal. They sat down on a bench and Toshinori offered him the bento, opening his own soon after. "How was your interview this morning?" Toshinori asked before biting into his food. "I got the job." Izuku took a bite as well. "That's great, Izuku." Toshinori smiled. Is something wrong?" Sir Night Eye said something about Tagada being the successor. Izuku lowered his chopsticks and played with his food. Toshinori's expression dimmed and a sigh escaped his lips. Tagada was a candidate for one for all, as Night Eye said. He had a heroic spirit and skill as well. Toshinori turned to him and smiled. "But I chose you, Izuku. And I haven't regretted my decision for a second. You're the right holder for one for all, and I'm sure that the other holders think so as well." Toshinori ruffled his hair and pulled him into a side hug, which Izuku happily melted into. "It's not that exactly. Besides, I'm sure the others wouldn't let me go just like that." Izuku smiled sadly. "It's just, what if I don't master one for all or all the other quirks? What if I'm not good enough?" Toshinori squeezed him harder. "You're already enough, Izuku." Izuku buried himself deeper to the man's side and smiled. He wiped a few stray tears from his eyes. "Thanks all me, Toshinori," Izuku stammered, a blush forming on his face. Toshinori chuckled and pulled him even closer. If he noticed Izuku's slip-up, and how could he not? "What were you thinking, Izuku?" He didn't mention it. "So we'll be taking this route today. Our first spot is here." Tagada rambled on about where and what he and Izuku would be doing. Izuku listened carefully and tried to memorize the route. He was so focused on Tagada that he didn't notice the little girl running up to him before she crashed into him. "Are you all right?" Izuku bent down to examine the girl. Her clothes were a rag of a dress and her arms and legs were covered in bandages. What could have caused her such injuries? The sound of footsteps made the little girl freeze up. "Let me apologize on my daughter's behalf, hero. She's having a tantrum and happened to slip by me. We hope to not cause you any trouble." The man in front of Izuku was no other than Overhaul, who he had heard about this morning from Night Eye. "Straight to the action, huh? Don't worry, mister. Sometimes kids just have too much energy." Tagada laughed beside Izuku, grabbing the man's attention to himself. It took Izuku a moment to remember that he shouldn't know Overhaul from the man's perspective. He tried to steel himself and turned his attention back to the girl, who was eyeing Overhaul and Tagada warily. Izuku assessed her injuries once again. They didn't look like normal injuries, and the way she looked at Overhaul didn't really make you think of a happy family. She clutched her hands tighter around his hero costume. "Please, don't leave me," she said. Her voice was so small Izuku almost missed it. "So it's time for us to get going. Those villains won't catch themselves." Tagada smiled beside him and shaked his shoulder. Izuku didn't budge, however, not wanting to let the scared girl out of his hands. "Sir? Your daughter seems scared of something." "She's scared of getting in trouble." Overhaul scratched his cheek. "But these injuries don't seem normal and she truly seems scared of you," Izuku pressed on. "Like I said, she's scared of getting in trouble," Overhaul said. He was glaring at Izuku, clearly displeased by his actions, but Izuku wouldn't let the man just go. There was a scared little girl in his arms and he wouldn't leave her alone. "Fine," the man gritted. "It's a long and quite a personal story, so could we walk as we talk?" "Of course," Tagada smiled, throwing a glance in Izuku's way before stepping after the man. Overhaul led them deeper into the alley where he had come from. Izuku wanted to run and take the child with him, but he knew that would make Nightie's goal investigating Overhaul harder. That knowledge didn't make it any easier to trail after the man. Eri lost her mother quite recently, you see, Overhaul started. She's been defiant ever since. Losing a loved one is hard for a child, certainly. Tagata picked up the conversation when Izuku failed to speak. It's just us and some close family friends. Things have been hard for all of us, and it would be a shame if we lost somebody else. Izuku jumped back. Danger sense had activated. Tagata seemed surprised, but Overhaul looked at him angrily and tugged his glove. Eri was twisting in his hold, but Izuku just held on tighter. Overhaul's bloodlust consumed his mind, making it hard to focus on anything else. Eri only trashed harder. I don't want him to hurt you, she whispered. Her eyes were teary as she twisted more, forcing Izuku to let go of her. She ran up to Overhaul and took his hand. Overhaul just stared at Izuku for a moment before turning around. She seems to have calmed down now. Thank you for your help, heroes. The stabbing sensation in his head lessened as Overhaul vanished from their sight. Tagata joined him by his side, encouraging him to get back up and out of the alley. Let's report back to Sir. Yeah, Izuku nodded. Eri's words kept ringing in Izuku's mind as he and Tagata met up with Night Eye. He listened as Tagata explained the encounter, the moment still vivid in his mind. The hurt little girl in his arms, trying to protect him from whatever harm Overhaul would have done. No prior investigation or reports have mentioned a daughter, Night Eye said. Her name was Eri. Izuku joined the conversation. Her arms and legs were wrapped in bandages and she was scared and wary of Overhaul. I wish I could have gotten her away from him. It's not that simple. Don't be so arrogant as to assume that you're the only one who can save her. Night Eye looked at him. Rushing won't get you anywhere. First you need to determine your opponent's goals. Then, after a careful analysis, you make necessary preparations for any possible situation. A hero must bide their time in case of an intelligent enemy. Remember that. Izuku and Tagata were dismissed and told to go back to the office after that. The walk back was silent. Tagata would smile or greet someone on the street once in a while, but otherwise his smile fell off a little. Letting Eri go was hard for him as well. Izuku mustered up the best smile he could and offered it to Tagata. The blonde smiled back and they made a silent promise to save Eri together. When Izuku woke up in the void that night, he could tell something was off. It was almost like the space was swaying back and forth and Izuku along with it. He could feel himself slipping, but a pair of hands stopped his fall. It was Hikage. He stared into the void before turning his attention to Izuku. Hello, Izuku. Hikage, what's going on? Izuku said. He righted himself with Hikage's help, keeping a steady grip on the man's arms. Yoichi is in a bad mood tonight. Oh, what's wrong? Encounter with that villain today reminded him of some bad memories. Hikage sighed and his gaze shifted back into the void. Overhaul? Why would Izuku's mind was flooded with images of a scared girl and mixed in were memories of a barren room and a smirking man asking Yoichi to join him. All for one, Izuku whispered. Yes, Hikage sighed again. It would be best for you to go to sleep. You had a hard day and I'm sure you need some rest. You don't need to worry about Yoichi. He will be all right soon enough. Hikage wished him good night and Izuku nodded in acknowledgement. The shaking kept him awake for a few more moments before his eyes fell shut and he drifted off. His papa hushed. He scooped Izuku up and placed him on a nearby park bench. There's no need to worry. It's just a scratch, see? Papa gently took Izuku's face in his hands and wiped the tears away. Would you like to see something interesting? Izuku nodded. Papa brought one of his fingers near the slightly bleeding scratch and traced it along the wound. A soft glow accompanied the finger as the wound closed under its touch, only leaving a little smudge of blood behind. Papa wiped it off with his thumb. Izuku examined his knee, mesmerized. There was no sign of the scratch. That was one of my healing quirks. They come in handy in situations like these. Papa smirked and Izuku's face brightened. He launched himself at the man and hugged him. That was amazing. Thanks, Papa. You're welcome. Papa ruffled his hair. Now, would you like to get some ice cream? Izuku tilted his head to look up. Mama says we shouldn't eat snacks before dinner. It will be our secret. Papa put a finger to his lips and Izuku mimicked him. He loved Papa's secrets. Papa took his hand and started to lead Izuku to an ice cream stand. Just be sure to not dirty your shirt. Izuku looked down to see the big smiling face of All Might. I won't, since All Might is the best hero. Right, Papa? He smiled. Yes. He's the most amazing and the most talented hero ever. You're my hero too. Really now? Papa smirked. Yeah. Mama too. Izuku giggled. Papa ruffled his hair again, chuckling with Izuku. Thank you, Izuku, he smiled. Now, what flavor of ice cream do you want? After the incident with Eri, things calmed down for a bit. Izuku was still called to the office, but he did just basic patrols with Tagada. They both were still eager to help with the Shy Hasakai case, but Night Eye said that for now it was better for them to focus on standard hero work. Izuku didn't complain because he was still gaining the experience he hoped for and helped multiple people. But the thought of Eri didn't leave his head. It was morning like the others when Izuku met Kirishima at the school gates. Apparently both of them had internship duties that day. They were soon joined by Azui and Uraraka, and all of them decided to head to the train station together. Izuku was happy to chat with his friends before they would go their separate ways. But they didn't. All of his classmates followed him to Night Eye's agency, and as they stepped in, they were met with a reception full of heroes. Some of them Izuku only knew from articles and hero forums, but there were familiar faces there too, like Gran Torino and Aizawa. I think, Izuku felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up to see Tagada, that this might be about Sir's research. Yes. We might know more about Eri, Tagada nodded. Izuku was about to say more when Night Eye called all the people there to a meeting room. Izuku followed Tagada in and sat next to him. Normally he would have been excited to be in a room with so many heroes, but now his mind was just set on Eri. Welcome everyone, Night Eye said once everyone was seated. I hope to discuss with you a case that I've been working on. This agency has been keeping an eye on a Yakuza group called Shy Hasakai. Over the past year, Shy Hasakai has been involved in multiple incidents, has had contact with minor criminal groups, and recently the League of Villains. The leader Overhaul also has a daughter who showed signs of domestic abuse. Couple of days ago, I came upon a robbery. When the robber noticed me, he first insulted me and then said that calling the cops would be useless since his family could bail him out. In this area, family is often a synonym for the Yakuza. The man attacked me and I used my quirk foresight on him. In my vision I saw him getting arrested, but he got bailed out and returned to the Shy Hasakai's headquarters. At some point he sees the leader of the league getting escorted in and out. Sometime after Overhaul ends his life. This man also saw a young girl in the headquarters basement. The man wasn't involved in her case and didn't seem to know much about her, but it is likely that this girl is Overhaul's daughter. But my word alone on this won't be enough to make an arrest. Night Eye motioned to his right. I asked Detective Tsukachi here to confirm that I am speaking the truth. I see. Tsukachi sighed. I can confirm that you're speaking the truth, but I presume that even that is not enough evidence to make an arrest. Your earlier statements about their involvement in incidents and with other criminals and the possible child abuse raise suspicion, but without more concrete evidence, you have no grounds to plan anything. You're correct. That's why I have asked all of you here today. I will be launching a full-blown investigation into these suspicions. The robber gave me enough information to launch a raid, but I need enough evidence to back this decision up. You all have been involved with people or incidents that can be connected to Shy Hasakai. Besides compiling new evidence against them, exploring their past actions will gain us more credibility. Fatgum, if you may. Thanks, Night Eye. Fatgum stood up. My work involves stopping and preventing drag distribution. A branch of one of the larger drag webs around the country has been confirmed to have made contact and possibly business with Shy Hasakai. A member of the branch was captured a couple days ago by Red Riot. A bullet shot by him managed to erase Sunniator's quirk. What? Rang all around the room. Tagada shifted towards his friend, clear worry in his face. He managed to gain it back, but his quirk factor had been damaged. Thanks to Red Riot's quirk, We were able to find a second bullet still intact and able to examine the substance in it. What we found was truly horrible. The substance contained human blood and cells. The substance's ability to damage the quirk factor is most likely derived from someone's quirk. A quirk that can dash. Izuku's senses blurred, the sound of talking muffled into a background noise. He could feel those tiny little hands clutching his hero outfit. Images of bandage-covered arms and legs, the words that Fat Gum said, mixed in an uncomfortable anxiety in his gut. The quirk, Overhaul, can disassemble and reassemble its target at once. Add that to the quirk destroying bullets dash. That can't be. Please, don't leave me. Izuku grabbed his wrist. The black tendrils wrapped around his arm, flexing around it. Izuku focused on it, breathing in rhythm with the tendrils' movements. The world came back to focus along with the tendrils receding. Izuku took a couple more breaths before he rose, Tagada following his movements. We'll save her, they both declared. Yes, Night Eye nodded, we will. Izuku was playing with his hands. He and Tagada had just recounted their encounter with Overhaul and Eri. Their friends sat quiet, the true horror of the situation settling in their guts. After a moment, the quietness of the reception was broken by footsteps. Sensei! Ajui's voice made Izuku lift his head to see the man in question. This is developing to be quite a big case. Aizawa sighed once he reached them, even the League is involved. Aizawa looked at each of them before continuing, there's no shame in stepping aside for this kind of mission. I know you all are willing to help, but I must be sure that you're really prepared to do this. I don't want any of you to rush into a fight. Aizawa shot a quick glance at Izuku before turning his attention back to the whole group. Izuku turned his attention back to his hands. He must be talking about Kamino. Izuku wasn't really thinking clearly back then, but now he wouldn't rush it. He would trust his teacher and all the other heroes participating in this mission. I want to help. Uraraka spoke up, there's no way I could just step aside when I know I can help. If there's any way for me to help, I want to be in on this too, Ajui joined in. Yeah. We'll save that little girl. Right, Midoriya? Kirishima punched his arms together and turned to Izuku with a wide smile. Yeah? Izuku smiled back. They all turned back to their teacher, none of them backing down, and Aizawa examined each of them before giving a nod. If you are sure, but if at any point you feel that you can't do this, tell me. And if it gets too dangerous, I want you to retreat. Am I clear? Yes, sir. They all sang in chorus. The reception soon filled up as the heroes started to head back out, the meeting truly over now. The students gave each other determined gazes before finding their respective mentors. Izuku was about to join Tagada and Night Eye when a hand rested on his shoulder. How are you holding up? Aizawa asked. I heard about what happened from Night Eye. I'm fine. And I won't rush this time, Izuku said. Good, Aizawa squeezed his shoulder, but remember to tell me if something is wrong. Of course, sensei, Izuku smiled. Are you all right, Monami? Izuku stopped tapping his knee with a pen and turned his gaze to Aoyama. You just stopped drawing suddenly. Is everything all right? Yeah, I just didn't know what to add, Izuku smiled sheepishly. It was a half-truth. He had been drawing with Aoyama in his dorm room after school, and without noticing he had started to draw Eri. The image depicted her from behind, walking away from the viewer, the same way Eri had walked away with Overhaul. It was only a crude sketch, Izuku being too lost in his mind to detail it. This is certainly different from your hero works. Is it someone you know? Aoyama asked, leaning closer to take a better look at Izuku's drawing. It's somebody that I saw once. Izuku scratched his cheek. Again, he wasn't really lying, but he felt bad for not being able to be completely honest. You drew them rather small, so maybe a background would work. For a portrait I would make them bigger, but this is your drawing, of course. Otherwise, you could focus on their clothing. It seems quite simple. Aoyama looked over the picture a bit longer before receding back. He offered Izuku a smile, and Izuku gave a small one back in return. His focus turned back to the little girl on the piece of paper. He brought his pen up and started to draw long lines around Eri. His hand felt like it was moving on its own, the picture becoming clearer as the lines connected to each other. The pen sprinted as little details finished the ensemble. It was Eri, walking away towards darkness surrounded by the familiar design of a plague mask. The beak was closing and was just about cover her from sight. Izuku kept making the lines around Eri darker and darker, only stopping when the image of her became smudgy and unclear. He looked at it before shoving it at Aoyama. Aoyama turned his concerned expression from Izuku to the paper and then back to Izuku. I am sorry to ask you this, but was that person all right when you saw them? No, Izuku said. He knew he wasn't allowed to talk about the Shy Hasakai or the raid, but he couldn't lie about Eri being all right when he knew that she wasn't. Aoyama looked at the picture again and slowly brought a hand to Izuku's arm. They sat there for a moment without saying anything. After a while they continued to draw, this time Aoyama suggesting different heroes to draw and Izuku gladly drawing them. They even made it a competition and, for the rest of the afternoon, Izuku was smiling. The meeting point near the Shy Hasakai's headquarters was bustling. Heroes and police talked and did a few last checkups on their equipment before the raid. The police chief and Night Eye made sure that everyone remembered the plan and the subsequent backups if something were to go wrong. After a while, everyone seemed good to go. Izuku left his friends to join Night Eye and Tagata. He followed behind them, flexing his fingers to calm himself down. It didn't take long for the group to arrive at the headquarters. There were a couple more checks if everyone was ready from the police before they rang the doorbell. There wasn't a single sound or sign from the building. The police chief tried again, but the result was the same the second time. They must be hiding. Charge in. The chief commanded. The heroes charged through the gate and headed straight toward the front doors. The doors didn't stand a chance and soon most of the heroes were rushing inside, the police staying back to not block the flow and cause unnecessary holdup. The inside was as quiet as the front. Why is there so much dust in the air? Someone coughed. Put your mask on, someone else responded. We need to search the premises quickly. Izuku pulled up his own hood and mask. The dust wasn't dense, but the amount of it felt unnatural. He picked up his speed, following Night Eye to the basement entrance. The man opened the door and covered his face. The smell coming from the basement was something indescribable, but Night Eye moved onward. As they descended down the stairs, something slippery made Izuku lose his balance momentarily. Is this mud? Tagata asked next to him, examining his own feet. Izuku looked down the stairs. A grayish sludge was dripping down, intensifying in quantity the deeper one went. They were forced to be careful in their descent. The putrid smell intensified every step down, the sludge making it impossible to rush. The squishy sounds of steps echoed in the stairway. Izuku didn't know how long it took for them to reach the bottom, but once they did, a new horror awaited them. There was blood and decaying bodies in the hallways, all surrounded by mud. The dust in the air had become denser and Izuku could see that both Night Eye and Tagata had trouble breathing. There was more and more blood in every hall that they passed. None of them knew where they were going. Night Eye shouted orders from behind his hand for other heroes to search every nook and cranny. Izuku couldn't look down and he hoped that every crunch he heard was just some kind of trash or equipment. They walked for a while, following the main hallway, passing doors and hallways. Some of the doors were open, the rooms in the same kind of shape as the rest of the basement, some even worse. Eventually Night Eye stopped in front of a closed door. It was the last one. Night Eye carefully set his hand on the handle and slowly twisted it down. Izuku and Tagata both fell into their battle stances, ready for trouble. The room was empty, beside a bed and toys laying around. There was no blood. Izuku didn't know whether to breathe or not. Eri's not here. She could be anywhere, but there's no blood. A small sigh from Tagata made Izuku release one of his own. They all stood still before Night Eye turned around and ordered them to go. The drive back to UA was quiet. After it became clear that a group of pro-heroes had infiltrated a building with only dead Yakuza members inside, the raid was called off and the students were sent back to school. Shota rested his tired eyes. He had called ahead to make sure that none of the other students would bother the group. Shota understood the benefits of receiving comfort from friends, but after what these kids went through, they needed peace. Shota checked on his students from the front seat. They were all looking into nowhere, faces blank. Shota honestly would have liked to strangle somebody, maybe even himself. He should have told them all to pull back at the first sign of trouble. Hell, maybe he shouldn't have even let them participate. Hero work was brutal and you experienced it soon enough when you started. Bodies after accidents or villains going on a rampage. The failed rescue missions. The activities of the criminal underworld, involving countless victims on the streets or in quirk trafficking rings. Any hero, underground or limelight, would learn the cruelty of people once they started. That didn't mean that first years would have to experience something like this. Shota couldn't and wouldn't shield them from the horrors of the hero world forever, but as a teacher his duty was to keep his students safe. He wouldn't let them deal with this on their own. Today Shota would keep an eye on them and help them with whatever they needed. Tomorrow he would make sure that they get the help that they need. And after that he would teach them how to be heroes. Okay brats. Gather around, Gang Orca yelled. Katsuki finished his stretches before joining Half and Half and the other two extras beside the hero. Today they were supposed to have some kind of special training. Katsuki couldn't say he was excited. He just hoped it would be over quickly. Gang Orca looked them over and motioned for the doors to the gym to be opened. Little footsteps and screams filled the gym as a bunch of elementary schoolers barged in. They scattered the moment they appeared, looking and examining the world around them. Katsuki looked around, taking count of how many children there were. It looked to be the size of an average class. Katsuki had dealt with more. You don't look worried. Half and Half popped up beside him. Something I'm doing for the school makes me interact with little BSTRDS like these, Katsuki said. Half and Half stared at him. That sounds like a part of your character development. What is it? Not your business, Katsuki gritted. He turned to the other two students. Okay extras. If you want these brats to like you, there will be no yelling unless you want to make them cry and you should try talking to them dash. Before Katsuki could finish, the big baldy was already running to a group of kids. Hey there. I'm Yorashi and I'm going to be a hero. Too loud, one kid said. Let's leave. Some others moved away while covering their ears. What did I just say? Katsuki let little explosions pop in his hand. His therapist had said that as long as they were small, it was all right for him to use them as a calming mechanism. What? The baldy smiled. For F's sake. Katsuki turned around to see the other extra just standing there. So I low-key have no idea what to do, she said, letting some of the children just parade around her. Katsuki dragged a hand down his face and then realized that Half and Half had gone somewhere. He scanned the gym and found him talking to a fuming girl. He keeps glancing in her direction, so I thought that maybe he liked her, the BGMI said calmly. Aimi, how dare she steal Satsuki from me? The little girl bared her teeth and marched up toward the supposed Aimi. The resulting screaming match was not pretty and Half had the gall to look helpless. Don't go causing problems, Katsuki yelled while dragging Half back to the others. Are you all effing idiots? The three students in front of him looked varying levels of ashamed. Mostly just the baldy, who had hit his head against the ground, and Todoroki who kept glancing toward the two girls, now raging war against each other. Just let me finish telling you what you need to do. Kids like yelling, but they don't like when you're too loud. They like talking about whatever interests them, so focus on that. They also probably like heroes and quirks. Katsuki looked the students in the eyes, so show them yours. He straightened out and turned to the kids. Listen up. Who here wants to be a hero? Me. I do. Heroes. So which of you want to see our quirks in action? All the hands around the room shot up and Katsuki smiled. Works every time. The first one to go was Katsuki, of course, and he made sure to show the other students that they should keep their quirks in check around children. After his turn, the other students and children scattered around the gym. My turn. My turn, a girl yelled. Of course, the baldy smiled, raising the kid high above the grounds with wind. The kid giggled and mimicked flying like a bird. The girl's screams got the baldy surrounded by more and more students wanting to fly until he raised them all in the air at the same time. Their laughter and squeals encompassed the whole gym. You know Pixie Adventures? A shout echoed from the other side of the gym. Yeah. It's like the most popular show on TV right now, the other Shiketsu extra said. She blew into the air and a person with a firefly mutation spun into existence and striked a pose. I'm Yura, savior of the pixie land and the one who the darkness fears. Wow. It looks just like Yura. So pretty. Can you do the Prince of Darkness next? The kids jumped all around her, some farther away dropping their own games to come look at the cartoon heroine. Totally, the extra said and blew into air again. Another figure with black hair appeared, taking the heroine's place. I'm going to strike him down and be a hero, some kid yelled. He jumped and cut through the illusion, a moment later face planting on the ground to the sound of his classmates' laughter. Katsuki also chuckled and turned his attention to an ice slide. Children were playing on it, but Half and Half had disappeared again. Seriously, where did he go? Katsuki looked around before murmuring behind an odd wall of ice caught his attention. Actually, I think Ayaka likes Aimi and not Satsuki, but she doesn't want to admit it. It was some girl with glasses sitting right next to Half and Half. A love story, the fucker said. Yes. Though I don't know if Ayaka will realize her feelings. Why don't you talk to her about it? What? The girl frantically waved her hands. I couldn't. You're her friend, aren't you? Yeah, but... The girl lowered her head. What if she gets mad at me? Half and Half nodded. I'm sure she will be more thankful after she realizes that you're right, he smiled. Okay, the girl nodded. They kept talking, but Katsuki stopped listening, having had enough. Really, Half and Half? This is what you do? Fixing 8-year-olds' love lives? And Katsuki thought that Raccoon Eyes was the one meddling in people's business. He was shaken out of his thoughts when he spotted a lone boy leaning against one of the gym walls. The boy eyed his classmates with disdain. Katsuki looked around the gym before marching up to the boy. Why aren't you playing with the others? The boy looked up at him, the scowl on his face not lessening in the slightest. I'm too good to play with you heroes, the boy scoffed. Katsuki sighed and crouched next to the boy. Listen, brat. If you keep thinking that you're too good for something, you'll only make yourself weaker. Katsuki turned to look at two boys heading their way. You might also miss some good things in your life. Kinjiro, one of the other boys tackled the boy. Kinjiro, the slide is super fun. The second one grabbed Kinjiro's arm. Yeah. And one of these heroes can make you fly. The boys started to drag Kinjiro away despite his refusals. Come on. Sensei said we would be leaving soon. Katsuki watched as all the boys wandered over to the crowd of kids and vanished only for Kinjiro to appear on top of the slide, smiling. Katsuki's own lips turned up as he got up to check on the others again. This special training went quite well. Thanks to him, of course. Izuku stumbled into the void. He looked around himself confused before realizing that he'd fallen asleep. He didn't remember falling asleep, just crashing on his bed and staring up. A soft hum alerted Izuku of another presence in the void as a familiar woman came into view. She sat down and motioned for Izuku to join her. Nana wrapped her arms around Izuku, softly stroking his hair, without saying a word. Izuku was thankful. He didn't know if he could talk right now, his brain was too scrambled up for that. Nana hummed a melody that Izuku didn't quite recognize, its softness lulling him into security and warmth. Even in his hazy state of mind, he could feel others around them. Their presence was not as strong as Nana's, but still welcomed. Izuku thanked them all, but whether he said it out loud or not, he wasn't sure. His eyelids drooped as the melody came to an end, and with a small kiss on the forehead, he was out. Mina marched up to Aizawa's desk and slammed her hands on it, not caring about the teacher's angry glare from his sleeping bag. She could get scolded later. She eyed the students present in the room, all accounted for except 4. You've all seen the news, right? Flashes of recognition could be seen all across the room. Yeah, Ida gritted. It was truly horrible, Yamamo continued. She was met with words and nods of agreements. They all knew what Mina was talking about. So we need to do something about it. What do you mean? Todoroki asked. Mina looked over to Aizawa, whose glare had not left his face. Sensei, is the school festival still happening? Yes, Aizawa grumbled. It's a chance for the other courses beside the hero course to shine. For many of them, This is their last chance to have fun and show off their skills before they graduate. Nezu made sure that they got that chance. Mina nodded. I was thinking that we could do something that cheered up our classmates for the festival. Can we, sensei? Mina was half expecting grumbling and maybe indirect encouragement. What she got, however, was much better. What ideas do you have? He asked. Mina couldn't help but smile brightly. Well, that's why I'm doing this now. I thought we could all try to come up with something. Her excitement wasn't one-sided as murmurs and ideas flew across the room. But a singular hand from the back of the class caught Mina's attention. Hey, Koda, do you have any ideas? She smiled. Well, what usually cheers me up is spending time with my friends. I know it is not an idea, but I thought that it could help, Koda said. Ida rubbed his chin. Then the activity should be something that we can do together. That means no food stands or other activities that keep us too focused on other people. I agree. But the class activity is something to be shared with other students. We can't just leave them out of this, Yamamo pointed out. Silence returned to the room as each one of them tried to come up with something good enough. Mina racked her own brain. What was something fun that could be done in a group? That's it. What about a dance show? A dance show? Yamamo asked. Yeah. I always have fun dancing, but some of my best memories are from the shows and events that I did with my dance group. Planning a show and dancing together is super fun. Mina hoped that people understood what she meant. That sounds fun. Hagakure said. It could work, Todoroki agreed. After a bit the class was filled once again with murmurs of agreement and Mina grinned wider. Operation Dance Show was a go. Aizawa seemed to not mind either, if his quiet observing was anything to go by. Oh, but you need music for dancing, right? Zero asked. Why don't we ask Jairu then? Kaminari said, all heads turning to him and then Jairu. The girl looked around before returning her gaze to Kaminari. Me? Yeah. Kaminari cheered. Your room is full of instruments. I'm sure you could teach some of us how to play. I'm not sure, Jairu rubbed her arm. You would be great at it, Hagakure assured, but Jairu didn't seem any more convinced. Mina looked at her. She knew that Jairu was great at playing instruments and it would be amazing if some of them played together, but she couldn't force her friend. Guys, she directed the attention back to herself, we can worry about the music later. But just so that we're clear, everyone agrees to the dance show. Mina looked around the room, her smile growing wider at every nod and agreement. All right, let's do this. The classroom was almost empty. Kyoka hurried to finish the class notes before heading to lunch. Just a little bit more. You should do it. Kyoka almost jumped and looked up to see Bakugo standing in the now empty classroom. The others must have left already. She stared at him, his words sunking in only moments later. What? You know, Bakugo shrugged. Teach that idiot Sparkball and the others to play music. Kyoka stood dumbfounded at her desk. Good. Suddenly she was told to play music by her classmates and one of them was Bakugo no less. I'm not sure if don't care. Those assholes need this dance show thingy and all I know is that you can play music and possibly teach it. Bakugo looked in her eyes. So teach it to them and make those idiots smile. Kyoka didn't know what to say. Of course she wanted to help the others, but could her music really be that big of a help? She looked up again to see Bakugo already heading out the door. He stopped and turned his head back towards Kyoka. Thanks for the playlist, he muttered. It helped. And then Bakugo was gone, leaving blushing Kyoka behind. The playlist she had made for him helped? It had been embarrassing, but at the time she didn't know any other way to make Bakugo feel better. She clutched at her chest, a warm feeling coursing through it. She had helped somebody. She had made them feel better with music. And maybe she should listen to that person, and make her classmates feel better as well. Kyoka rushed to the cafeteria. She had to find Mina. Izuku got startled when he heard a knock at the door. The students involved in the failed raid had been given a couple of days off and after what happened yesterday Izuku was thankful that he didn't need to wake up for his morning class. Instead he had slept in and after a quick breakfast spent his morning scrolling through his phone. He had stumbled on a video by somebody called Gentle Criminal. Izuku knew it wasn't the best thing to watch, since it was somebody recording their own crimes, but he really didn't feel like watching hero fights right now. He got up and wandered to the door, absent-mindedly wondering who it could be. It was around lunch, so it wasn't impossible for it to be one of his classmates. There were also the other 3 raid students. In the end, it wasn't either one of those options, but rather somebody Izuku didn't expect. "Hey Midoriya," Tagata waved. "Can I come in?" Izuku stared at him before nodding and moving back into the room. He slumped back into his bed, too tired to be polite. Tagata didn't seem to mind though, sitting next to Izuku on the bed as well. "How are you holding up?" Tagata asked. "Okay, I guess." Izuku rubbed his neck. He didn't really know what that meant, but luckily Tagata seemed to understand. "It's okay to not be okay either, you know. Sir always says that even if a hero's duty is to smile, the important thing is to take care of oneself." Izuku nodded. That made sense. Tagata patted him on the back and rested his elbows on his knees. "I have been in plenty of actual hero missions. Sure, most of them were small like the stuff we did at the start of your internship, but some of them were much harsher. None of them were quite like yesterday though. It's hard for me even as an experienced student, so I can't possibly imagine what you first years are going through." Tamaki said he had nightmares and I don't think he even saw the worst of it. Tagata smiled, but it was strained and not at all happy. Izuku hummed in response. They sat in silence for a few minutes, but eventually Tagata straightened out and looked Izuku in the eyes. "I know that you won't be back for the internships for a while, but I felt like you needed to know this. Sir has not given up on Eri and has actually launched an investigation towards the League of Villains. He has to sort out the previous case first, but Sir wastes no time. We'll save her this time, I'm sure." Tagata smiled and Izuku felt like crying. No, he actually was. He let the tears fall out before wiping them away with his arms. Izuku breathed in and mustered up his best smile. "Right. We'll save her." Tagata patted his back. The silence enveloped the room again, their promise to save sealed once more. They ate lunch together, Tagata telling about his own plans to stay at school for a bit before returning to the agency. He would help his friends in the upcoming cultural festival and catch up to his studies. Tagata joked that he may not even graduate with his current track record. Though Izuku respected him, he hoped that he would never fall too much behind on his own studies. Izuku had worked too much to get here to risk it like that. Soon enough their lunch was over and it was time for Tagata to go. He was leaving when he suddenly turned around and dug around his pocket. "Oh, this was at your door." Tagata pulled out a small bag of cheese. Izuku looked at it before a small chuckle escaped his lips. Who other than Aoyama would give him a small bag of cheese? Izuku wondered if the others had gotten little gifts as well from the boy. He took the bag and wished Tagata goodbye. He jumped onto his bed, placing the cheese bag on his table. Izuku dug around for his phone. Now where had he left off? Gentle was about to rob a convenience store. A familiar figure of swaying green smoke stood in front of Izuku. The silhouette extended his hand as if waiting for Izuku to grab it, but no matter what, Izuku couldn't move. Some kind of smoke had enveloped his body from his feet to his nose. The figure just stood as Izuku desperately tried to reach out again and again, each attempt as fruitless as the last. He tried to scream for the figure to just come closer, but no sound came out. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound, just swayed a little when Izuku started to slip away. Izuku tried one more time to reach the figure before his eyes slipped shut, but he was too late to see if he had moved at all. His mind emptied and he fell into unconsciousness.